Day 2 at the Live Lounge, and the Australians are on top, but we have made it far from the tail as far as the innings of Group A is concerned. Robbie King leads the way overnight on what's been a thrilling first day of Earth of action. It was an opening day with no return for Michael Huntley. 0 points from his first day. He needs a massive kick when it comes to day 2. As for John Henderson, he got out the traps well, winning his first match, but could then only go on and claim one more victory. He finds himself in 5th place. As for Jared Cole, it was a tale of missed doubles, but at the other end of the Richter scale, he netted this big fish to get the better of Wesley Plezier. As for Patrick van der Boegaard, the debutant from the Netherlands, 3 wins from his 5 matches sees him quite nicely into the week. Well, there was big expectation amongst fans for the arrival of Wesley Plezier at the Super Series. 4 wins from his first 5 matches definitely echoed those cries. But it was Robbie who was the king of Group A on day 1. The Aussies on top. Well, they're always winning. To talk about all of the action up here on the balcony, I'm delighted to say primetime Matthew Edgar is alongside me. Well, let's talk about day 1. Let's talk about Robbie King, because we've seen a lot of well-established players take a little bit of time to get used to that stage. He looked at home right from the very first start.
Something he's been watching as well from home. He said yesterday that this is something he's been watching over in Australia, something that he's really highlighted. He saw Raymond Smith do well here when he won Series 2. And he wants to follow in those footsteps as well. And he's certainly put in the sort of levels of performance that we can expect to see someone come through a Group A. And he's currently going towards the top of the table. And when we look at, is he going to stay there? He's certainly playing the same standard as everybody else. It's not like he overachieved yesterday and he got results where you go, he's someone who's a bit of a sitting duck, so to speak, at the top of the table. He has produced the level of the group, and rightly so. So
this is how the table looks overnight. He's joined at the top by Wesley Plezier. Now, there's a lot of expectation on Wesley coming into this. The reigning World Masters champion, been doing a lot of good stuff across the different circuits, and he kind of proved those big expectations at times yesterday.
Which is good to see, because one thing I would question with Wesley is, has he been able to live up to expectation? When we look at that World Masters win, we go, right, OK, that is Wesley Plezier. That is him at his best. That's what he's capable of doing. And the players he beat along the way, very good quality players. And to win that tournament, a lot of matches in a short format, which is why I think the Super Series is going to benefit him. He went to Q School. I put him down in my predictions as people to get through, as did a lot of other people and pundits and experts within the industry, and he flopped hard. He did not perform at Q School. He then goes on to things such as the Challenge Tour. He's not performing. We put Wesley Plezier in the sort of category of people that should be winning those sort of events on a regular basis, and he hasn't done so. So it's good to see him here winning.
As for Patrick van der Boegaard, then, our Dutch debutant, the other Dutch debutant in the field this week, 6 points from his opening day. 3-4-3 victories. What would be your overall assessment of him?
More than I expected, but after watching him play, I expect even more from him now, because Glenn talked about it on commentary as well, and we'll talk about it throughout the day as we love to sort of dissect people's techniques and actions. It's very easy on the eye, very relaxed. And with that, I just expect him to be a real big power scorer, and I do think he's going to improve even further today.
Well, let's see what the bookies are saying with the market movers ahead of day 2. Well, it's not a surprise. Robbie King has come in drastically. He was 16-1 at the beginning of the day yesterday. He's now moved into 13-5. Mike Huntley, though, from 8-1 out to 66-1 because of that day yesterday. 0 victories for him.
I mean, he's not going to win the group. 0 victories on the opening day, 66-1, I think. Just leave that well and truly alone. That's nowhere near appealing. Put a 0 on the end, it probably doesn't feel appealing. But he did only have 22 darts at a double yesterday and converted 12 of them. So that does tell me that Michael Huntley's problem has been the scoring aspect of the game. When he gets down to the doubles, he's been taking them. And that's something as well that hasn't really been the theme of this group. We saw a lot of missed doubles yesterday, and we tend to find that the averages was running sort of mid to low 80s. And that is because of those missed doubles. I think this group, in terms of scoring power, is a lot higher than that. And that's what's really let Michael Huntley down. He's really become detached for that reason.
So that is what the odds compilers think in terms of the outrights for the group. Let's see what you're thinking at home with our bet builder for the day. These are a number of different bets that have been going through the exchanges over the last couple of hours, and we put it into a handy little acca for you. It's just under 5 to 1 today, Matt, and just talk us through a couple of those selections.
I think one day there's going to be one that comes up that I go, I agree with that. I don't think I've quite got there yet, and I'm not quite on board with this one, to be honest with you. And what I think is the trouble is this opening game, this first match of the day. Jared Cole and John Henderson. I think there's a bit of a risk there. And we've got 15 matches. There's going to be plenty of value throughout the day. I think this is one where you don't really need to be getting too involved in. This is a game where we could get plenty of different options and different outcomes. I certainly won't be looking at that match winner market. I think Jared Cole could be in for a good day.
It's like that old saying, isn't it? Never back the early kickoff. Well, the early kickoff here sees Jared Cole in action against John Henderson. Look, for Jared Cole, it's quite simple, isn't it? He's got to improve on the doubling.
That's exactly the problem. When we look at Jared Cole's day, he's picked up enough points, he's still in the running, we know he's got the quality, and we know that he's got the experience, certainly in this. He's one of the most experienced players. 6 appearances, only bettered by Andy Jenkins in terms of appearances, who's appeared 7 times here at the Super Series. But the key stat for me, Jared Cole yesterday managed 70 darts at a double. Now, we can look at that 2 ways. We can look at that and go, 70 darts at a double, he must have missed a lot of doubles. But we can also look at it in a way and go, if he's managed to have 70 darts at a double, remembering Michael Huntley only had 22, that means he is outscoring his opponents by some distance. And if he can start to hit those doubles, he's going to get a big points tally today.
Scores for show, doubles for dough. Right, let's get day 2 underway. It is moving day here at the Super Series. Matthew Edgar is going to make the move down to the commentary box to describe all of the action in the company of Glenn Durrant. Morning, Glenn.
Good morning, Henry. Yeah, great analysis there, guys, and I think you absolutely nailed it in relation to what happened yesterday. Fascinating day. Very, very interesting opening game. Just based on the fact that Henry's final words, moving Tuesday. And if there's 2 players that can do that, it's the 2 in your picture. And I think both players realise and understand that. And that's why I think this big game is a lot of emphasis on getting the win, because these 2 guys are very, very capable of playing 5 today and winning 5. Both will be disappointed. I think generally John will be disappointed with yesterday. I don't think any of us expected him to be sat in 5th place after day 1. He's probably his own biggest critic.
Through first.
And as Matt
Game
and
on.
Henry alluded to, as we look at Paul Hinks there, the fantastic referee, another fantastic job yesterday. This guy was all about the doubles. At times he just looked absolutely
60.
sensational, absolutely fantastic. Made the game look very, very easy. But as soon as he came to the end, the conclusion of the legs, it was as if something happened with him, and the belief totally went. And as Matt alluded to there, 70 darts at a double means he was giving himself opportunities. I hope he wasn't practicing too much on the treble 20 bread
123.
and really focus on practicing on getting that belief in the outer ring. And I'm absolutely delighted to be joined by Matt Edgar, who sat alongside me
81.
for another fantastic day here in the live lounge of Portsmouth, Matt.
Well, there's my first clip up of the day for later on. Delighted to be sat next to me. I
44.
think that's the first time I've heard you say that one, Glenn. It must be the darts action we're about to watch.
No, it's the email I off MODUS Super Series last night.
47.
I was just saying there, as you came from the balcony there, a lot of emphasis on this game, moving Tuesday. Both of these players very capable of going through the card today.
Yeah, I think Jared Cole
46.
is probably the most likely of the players I think that's going to be making a move today based on what we saw from him yesterday. He was on a 9-darter at times. He had the most 180s of anybody. He had the most
78.
10+ finishes of everybody. The big key power stats all went the way of Jared Cole.
He started slowly in this first one. That's my only
58.
concern.
John Lucar, 161.
He's thrown 15 darts and still only on the big fish. But John just sliding. A little bit of inconsistency on the scoring for John, but
45.
he does leave
John
himself the
Lucar,
finish, but he'd have
170.
expected a little bit better from that 161. We talked about not being able to hit a double at all. Doing absolutely typical of darts there.
105. John Lucar, 116.
Well, that's what he did yesterday. He struggled on the doubles and then took out the 170. This one's still on. It's the bullseye for Hendo.
91. Jared Lucar, 65.
Yeah, options here on 65. 25 is usually, and he's hit that perfectly.
Game shot on the first leg.
Absolutely no
Jericho.
problem on the double top, and the relief will be maximised. It'll be in a sense that yesterday, I'm sure he went back to his hotel room and plays self-reflect. And I think Jared Cole does.
Second leg, John
Matt was
deserved
speaking
first.
about his
Game
social
on.
media yesterday where, you know, he just poured his heart out on there. You sort of know how he's feeling after the latest development too. So I think he went back and thought,
85.
I must improve on my double. So did he tighten up on that double top? Definitely not. It's such a huge relief. And I think that's reflected in that score there.
177.
It is one of those things when you're hitting your doubles, first or second dart, it just gives you the confidence in the match. That's
100.
where confidence is grown. When you know that you can get out at the back end of the games without the problems, it's when you feel, is 2 darts enough?
45.
Yeah, I'm glad I didn't say what I was about to say, because I was going to say that Jared looks very comfortable right now. Like I say, he does make the game look very, very easy. And
180.
if there's one way you can make someone tighten up, it's hitting them with a 180. John Henderson hit 4 180s in his first game yesterday. Really come up the
50.
traps.
John Lucar,
Important
136.
to replicate that. He's given himself opportunities here. It's 6 darts from 136.
96.
Much better leg here from Hendo. Leaves a double after just 12 darts thrown. Jared Cole yet to find that scoring power he
45.
did
John
yesterday.
Lucar, 40.
He'd open with a 177 in this leg.
Game shot on the second leg. John Henderson.
And when Hendo needs tops, there's usually only one outcome. When I think of tops, what players do you think? I've certainly been doing a little commentary on the World Seniors as well. So when I think tops, I think
Third leg,
Robert
Jared to throw
Thornton.
first. Game on.
Yeah, definitely go Robert Thornton. Ryan
58.
Searle is deadly on tops.
He's deadly everywhere. The way he played last night, he really put Barney to the sword, didn't he?
140.
Another amazing session at Blackpool last night. I really enjoyed Dimitri's game. I think we had a difference of opinion who'd win that game, because
59.
boy, was Ross Smith up for that match.
Yeah, I was battling with it because I actually predicted Dimitri to win, but I was battling with it because the stats said he shouldn't.
100.
And I suppose that just goes down to that human factor, doesn't it?
Can I just say that's really good what Jared's Cole's just done that past 5 seconds there. Let's see if that's reflected in this score here.
90.
What I was trying to allude to there, he's not happy. He's averaging low 70s at the moment. But what he did was he just gave himself a couple of seconds. He went to get a little drink. He went to the back of the stage. He really sucked the air in.
81.
A real exhale of breath there and sort of reset. Because he wasn't very happy the way he was playing there. And I think that's just signs of maturity for me that I
60.
like in Jared.
Just breaks the flow, doesn't it? If the flow's not working for you and the pace isn't working for you, just break it up a little bit, change it. But this is perfect from John Henderson.
140.
Once again, 12 darts thrown, and he's left himself on tops.
Yeah, myself and Matt were just speaking before coming on. There was a lot of mid-80
64. John
averages, a
Lucar,
lot of winning
40.
games late. And what we're looking for is a real 100 average as we look at that fantastic angle there. Absolutely
shot on the
beautiful
third
just to
leg.
see the
John
way the
Henderson.
darts are sort of entering the board as he penetrates that double 10 there. And, you know, Hendo is now just peppering that 100 average. And myself and Matt were just talking
Fourth leg,
just prior
John
to
to
that. saying
first.
That's
Game on.
probably what's needed on Moving Tuesday. And so far, so good for the big man from the Highlands.
John Henderson was the star performer in terms of running
81.
daily average yesterday, an average of 86.29. But that was highlighted and boosted, shall we say, because of the
60.
performance in his opening match yesterday, a 94.81, which was by far the best average of the day.
Yeah, Matt alluded to on the balcony there how we analyse
100.
throws. But please, not with John Henderson, because it's everything I hate about the throw, the rocking and the roll, and I try to promote that body staying still and just the mechanics of the
45.
arm doing the business. This one, I'd have a field day if someone walked into my dart room and asked my opinion there, but boy, does it work for the big man. I
84.
first saw him, Matt, at the British Open final against Gary Anderson when I was totally and utterly in love with darts, thinking one day I would love to play. It was at Bridlington. I took an army of fans with me there because it was literally
100.
an hour away from my house.
All three of them.
Yeah. Oh, no, that's my exhibitions. And I saw this man take the title there, and that's one of them inspirational moments that I had where I went back and
100.
practiced to be like John Hendo.
$60. John Ricard, 136.
There are a lot of things, though, that are very similar in the Henderson throw. A lot of the movement is outside of the actual release of the dart. The release point is often at the same point. So although there's a lot going on that could change it,
40.
a lot of the time it's in the exact same position.
Replication is key, Matt, as long as you're releasing that dart. And Jared Cole just fighting with himself up there right now. And be typical.
140. John
Huge
Ricard,
score because
96.
Hendo sort of dominated this match. The sort of after that first leg, this is brilliant. He's going to get opportunities.
Game show of the
Opportunity
fourth
taken for the
leg.
big
John
man.
Henderson.
Exactly. Shakes his head surprisingly because that's a beautiful finish. He's looking at his hands there. I mean, the conditions are absolutely perfect. I was in sort of the arena this morning, and
Alexander to first.
it's just
Game on.
conducive to fantastic darts. But John just sort of looked at his hand, maybe just a little bit warm, or the dart didn't come out perfectly well. But to be 3-1, he'd be
99.
absolutely buzzing with that.
No problem with that first dart. Sat beautifully in the board.
140.
Jared Cole yet to find top gear, but we'll have plenty of time as the day goes on. I think he's in a good position here because he can get this game out the way. Then
30.
he's got 2 games before he's back on again, and I think that's just the right amount of time.
Yeah, just around that 94 average, Hendo. Interesting. Exactly the average he had yesterday.
140.
He moves that up to 96. You
140.
can see the average there go from 73 just to 76. Our score can change. That's how the averages work. And a lot of the younger players we deal with are
100.
fascinated about averages. Personally, the old school, just win or lose for me. And I think John Henderson's in that bracket also.
You get
65.
A lot
John
from the
Ricard,
Europeans as well. It's a
121.
very continental sort of thing. People being very average related, but the stat that matters the most is getting to 4 legs. And John Henderson is 61 points away from doing so. May go on the 11s. He's gone aggressive. He said to
81.
Jared Cole,
Jared Cole,
I don't think you're going to take this
167.
167, Palo.
Will it be academic? Yeah, nowhere near that treble 19 bed, so it's all in the hands of the big man.
87. John Ricard,
We
40.
introduced this match as Moving Tuesday. 2 potential players who could do that. John Henderson, as he looks at double 10, does
Game shot of
exactly.
the
That's
match.
a
John
fantastic
Henderson.
start to the day for the big man from the Highlands. That's a big win over the very talented Jared Cole, who's got a lot of food for thought right now, but it's all about the man from Scotland. Once again, came out the traps fantastically well. 95.38 average. He'll take that, and 4 from 9 from the outer ring. Moving Tuesday. Is that all about John Henderson? Big match coming up next. Wesley Plazier against Michael Huntley. Back after the short break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where John Henderson once again has got out the traps flying a 4-1 victory against Jared Cole with a 98 average, and 4 out of 9 when it came to the doubling, finishing proceedings off with a 14-dart leg. Right, next up for us, it is the man joint at the top of the table overnight, Wesley Plazier in action. He takes on Michael Huntley, looking to start off Tuesday in a better vein than he did yesterday. Watching this one in the culture box, it's Matt and Glenn.
Yeah, thank you so much, Henry. You would think joint top against bottom, there's only going to be one winner here. Yes, but yesterday, statistically, this was the best game. It was a 4-3 win for the man in your picture there, but both averaged well over 90. The final day, Michael Huntley had a very tough day yesterday. Still very chipper. When I was chatting with him this morning, we arrived together, and he knew exactly. He knew we only had 20 odd darts at a double, but as Matt alluded to on the production, he hit 12 of those 22 darts. So, keeping it very, very simple. If he can get down to a double, you've got to fancy his chances. He actually started the first leg in most matches very,
First leg,
very
Wesley
well.
to throw first.
He put himself into good positions. He just couldn't see
Game
it
on.
through that. I mean, he didn't look for any excuses. He is suffering with a little bit of sciatica right now with bad back, but there was no excuses. And I guess the last person
60.
you want to see plays, Wesley Plazier. I'm a huge fan of this man. He's a phenomenal talent, and he's at that real crossroads right now, Matt, where it's time for him to kick on.
22.
I was very disappointed with Wesley Plazier. I'm going to be brutally honest with it. I thought he was going to do a lot better than he did in terms of being away from this venue. I thought he'd be on the
95.
Pro Tour by now, especially going in as the Masters champion, but he just didn't perform. It wasn't that he was getting beaten in close games. He was underperforming at Q School.
140.
He's coming up here today against Michael Huntley. The players will look at the table, see his bottom of the table and think, this is a man I need to beat.
120.
They don't want to be the first guy to lose to him, but 54% on the doubles. That is incredible stats for a day.
Yeah, I'd like to see a bit more from Wesley in
59.
the sense of his personality. He actually comes across as a very nice guy. He was sort of high-fiving, I think it was between these two yesterday. And, he's an intimidating guy. He's a big man, and
119.
if I was him, I would start growling a little bit up there and just playing that alpha male role, which I talked about yesterday, because, he is the star attraction alongside John Henderson, but
81. Wesley Carr,
still a couple of
107.
points behind this man and played a game more, so he'll fancy his chances to kick on from here as he looks at 88 there. He could stay there, but it makes it awkward.
51.
Leaves a 2-darter, and Michael Huntley, exactly the problem that he had yesterday. He's just not getting down to a double. But have a watch, because when he does, he usually hits it.
95. Wesley Carr, 56.
Wesley, 56 starts at a double yesterday, hit 18.
46.
He's 0
Michael
from 2.
Carr, 104.
Opportunity for Huntley. He doesn't need many darts at the double. He only needs one in the treble to give himself the opportunity. Going to be an opportunity. It's your favourite. Double
88.
16.
Wesley Carr, 10.
Early opportunity to get a breaker throw there, but it might only be the one.
Game shot on the first leg. Wesley
Yeah,
Plazier.
superb dart there from Plazier. Just putting yourself in the mindset of Huntley there. He knew he was playing well on the doubles there. He knew if I can get a treble on that 18, I'm going to check out on this 104.
Second leg, Mike to throw
Hence
first.
the reason,
Game on.
the disappointment when that double 16 didn't go in. But like I said, this was the phase then that, Michael opened up a lot of legs well. And second,
65.
third and fourth leg, he sort of fell asleep a little bit, and he'll want to correct that. And Wesley, that double 5 there, always a tough ass to hit that double 5. Just think he'll relax
100.
from now on and just really kickstart it. Again, another player that can go through the card today.
81.
Really is an intriguing week when we look at who's going to be going through in that top position. I think when we look at the people that are coming in Group B and Group C as well, there's going to be a lot of personal preference for the players to make sure they get into that Group B. And that bigger opportunity. Some strong players joining us as the week goes on. A bit more of
99.
that as we go through the day.
Yes, I put a social media post out for some participation. A couple of questions that we'll go through today. Any player wearing
120.
compression sleeves today, Glenn and Matt? seem to be more popular now. Any suggestion to why they're useful? Well, I haven't. Matt, have you used a sleeve?
I never have.
40.
And to be honest, I don't fully
Where's your car?
understand the reasoning
141.
behind them. Because they're meant to be for runners, aren't they? For blood flow. But I don't see darts
82.
having that sort of exertion the same as a runner.
I might send Lisa Ashton a message. I know she wears them, so I'll see if I can get an answer why she does that. As Plazzy after 12 leaves a 2-darter. Michael Huntley
100.
seems
Where's your car? 59.
to be scoring just relatively okay, but you need to be playing your A game to beat this man. Just sets that reset. He was a bit wild on the tops and double 10 last time.
39.
I
Minor
want to
car
correct that today because he may
116.
not get these chances as much against other players. And he'll set himself high expectations as Huntley, very similar to the last one. Can he get that treble for a double? Now, this is where he was good. Little nod there also from Wesley. He'll fancy this.
Game
gets
shot of
it.
the second leg. Mike
Exactly
Huntley.
what the doctor ordered. A little fist pump as well there. And I think his mindset right now is quite simple, Matt. If I can get down to a double, I'm going to hit it.
Third leg, Wesley to throw first. Game on.
54% yesterday on the doubles. It's hard to argue with somebody who would think that way.
100.
Certainly got the stats to back up that feeling. And he's now got another big finish on the board, the 116. He did have a pop at the 104 as well, so these are signs here for Wesley just to be a
100.
bit cautious. But one thing I'm noticing as well, but the angle of the darts seems to be going in better in the fact that they seem to be facing the same way. Yesterday we had a dart kicking left, a
57.
dart kicking right. He had very little control over the equipment, and some of that will come down to the flights he's using. These slim flights, you have to throw them perfectly.
Yeah, I thought one of your
58.
best ever videos was the stem and flight. Obviously, I was a pair flight player at the time you did that video, and I thought it was really fascinating.
60.
You know, that the trajectory of the way the dart goes, the technology of what darts are doing now, and you know, I've watched people cut flights down to an absolute bare minimum. We've seen the massive kites, we've seen
76.
the stem and flight combo all together, and I thought that was one of your better videos. Not as good as the Ali Pali video. That's still me. That's still the greatest.
180.
And there would be an argument here for Michael Huntley if he is losing the weight of the dart to potentially take on a bigger stem. A bigger flight, sorry, because the bigger flight will act
45. Where's your
essentially
car?
as a parachute on the back
104.
of the dart, and it'll just give it a bit more stability.
Me and Matt are often going to disagree with things. I just think it's
64.
the relaxation of that arm. I just think at times when he's tight, he's throwing the dart 90%. When he's relaxed, free-flowing, usually when the leg's gone and that arm is
100.
free-flowing
Where's
and
your car?
he's throwing
40.
the dart and he's not pulling away last second. Once again, a little bit wild here from Wesley.
Game
Be
shot on
delighted
the
with that
third
double
leg.
10 because
Wesley Plazier.
tops and 10s are his go-to doubles there. And then the first couple of legs, they were just sort of a little bit wild as he just resets himself again. But it's going with darts right now, so
Fourth
no
leg,
need
Mike
to
to throw
panic just yet
first.
for
Game
Michael.
on.
He's a big man, Wesley, isn't he?
And we've lost a couple of chairs this morning, I believe, in the
60.
players' practice room. They were telling me as I went through, a couple of chairs gone a bit wobbly.
Well, I avoided the players' area today. There was a little video going out where I said I was voted the best-looking dart player in 2022, and Wesley was runner-up, and it was doing the round yesterday. So I thought, well, if he's watched it, I'm staying away.
83.
Chris Dobie loved it. I think he's the one doing the rounds. Nice to see he's watching the commentary anyway. Morning, Chris.
87.
Good look at the match play tonight.
$81.
Yeah, and this is that area now, Matt, where I didn't want to see the frustration for Michael, but I mean, not that you've experienced it on there, but when you've played 5, lost 5, that panic is going to set in, isn't it? You know, like we
39.
talked about going back into the players' area when you've played 6, lost 6, and it can be a very, very difficult week.
Well, for Michael, he's going to feel embarrassment.
121.
But he's also going to feel the players will try and comfort him, or they'll try and but it's very costume
100.
effect,
Mario
isn't
Kart
it? You know it's not
156.
overly real because at the same time, they're the ones that are going to keep beating you.
Yeah, and just to tease our people who are watching, I've just got the list of players for next week, and there's a
82.
real
What's your car?
standout name
95.
there. So, who do you think it is? But it's a standout one. I can't wait to see him play. I'll tell you. There's Wesley, 45, double 16. I thought that tops was his go-to double.
Getting shot on the
That's
fourth
much
flag.
better.
Where's
Maybe
the
that's the one that he
Claudia?
really, really enjoys, and just an element of a fist pump there. But you don't get an awful lot from the big guy there. But he'd be delighted just to do what he needs
Fifth
to
flag,
do.
Wesley to
And,
throw
he's
first.
good enough
Game
to
on.
win this group. He's good enough to get through this week. But both myself and Matt feel that there's another 10, 20, 30% still in him to come this week.
45.
We asked the question at the start of the day, who's going to stand up and be counted? And there are a couple of likely runners. One of them, John Henderson, who won our opening match 4-1 against Jared Cole, averaged 95. And
26.
Wesley now pushing up towards a 90 average as well. Is that going to be the early theme? Are people going to be jostling for position? Wesley
100.
does have the advantage over the other likely key runners before the start of play in terms of he's already got quite a few points on the board.
Yeah, Wesley doesn't have a game now till game 6. So
100.
I'm sure his strategy when he's seen the list this morning was just get this game underway and maybe just kick on his preparation over the next hour before we see him again there. But at 3-1, if he just gets the 2 points on the board, you'd feel it was job done. And
100.
I always think 90 is that benchmark, and he's just peppering that right now.
Especially if you want to be at the very top of a Group A. If you're on a 90, you'll be very unfortunate not to qualify or at least be in the very close running going into
24.
the final couple of games tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, the shake of the head there from Michael. I just think the rhythm of his throw, the belief is beginning to go. And I think even in the comms box here, we're desperate to get them
134.
2 points so we can see the best of him. It's an awful game when you play and when your belief goes and you don't
140.
feel you're going to
Wesley
win.
Car
And
122.
your minds or the negative activities in your mind overtakes us. Wesley looks to treble 19. 90 left. I'm going to show
46.
you. He went for the bull on that last start there.
Been
100.
mopping these
Wesley
sort of
Car
finishes up
76.
throughout this match.
Yeah, it's 2 darts, double 8.
Game
It's simply
shot
a
on the
case
match.
of
Wesley
no
Plaza.
drama for Wesley Plaza here. He'll be delighted to get through that game 4-1. I think there's more gear in the tank for the big Dutchman there. As we look at the tail of the tape, 88.75, very solid without being spectacular. 4 from 10 on the checkout, and the highlight being that 95 finish there from Wesley. For Michael Huntley, he'll go back. He'll want to get back on the board very soon. He'll be happy with some elements of his game. But next up, it's Robbie King, the star from yesterday against Patrick van den Boog Hardy.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Wesley Plaisir has ran out a 4-1 victor against Michael Huntley, doing so with an 88, just under 89 average. And 4 out of 10 when it came to the finish. So solid start for him. Robbie King was the other player who started the day on 8 points. And he gets his campaign underway now. He takes on the impressive Dutch debutant Patrick van den Boogaard here in the third game of the day. Watching this one in the commentary box, it's Matt and Glenn.
Thank you so much, Henry. It was very similar to yesterday. It was a case of job done for John Henderson and job done for Wesley Plaisir, the two big hitters. But then this guy stepped on the hockey and was absolutely fantastic. Robbie King from Australia, full of confidence against Patrick van den Boogaard, who I thought was absolutely brilliant.
First leg, Robbie, you through
really
first.
surprised me. He opened up against his good friend Wesley Plaisir first game and just didn't really deliver, and I had real concerns for him. And then we had a good look and sort of everything about him. You know, he's fit, his throw is very smooth, he's got great rhythm, very little body movement. He has all the characteristics. Very understated, doesn't give an awful lot away. Just hasn't played an awful lot of darts, Matt, and that's the sort of the thing that
99
at times was catching up. He was missing doubles early on, but a very satisfactory day for Patrick, and this guy just seems to ooze that Aussie
95
exuberance, that confidence, and he thinks there's more in the tank.
Hard to argue as well. He did have that interview, didn't he, yesterday, Henry, where he said
100
feeling good. And when you look at these numbers across the day yesterday, 4 from 8, 4 from 8, 4 from 9, 4 from 9 on the finishing.
164.
We've been talking a lot about Michael Huntley's good doubling, but Robbie King was that with a nice mixture of some scoring power as well.
95, Robbie O'Carr, 145.
Finish. He's not scared of a big finish. He did 2 of them for the match yesterday.
Just not scared generally, is he? He wasn't fazed by
54.
reputations, and he knew the name of John Henderson. No, he didn't even know who the world master was, and he didn't really care. He said he wanted the toughest group possible. And so, yeah, I think he's
43,
been
Robbie O'Carr,
a fantastic
91.
addition. But he won't just want all these superlatives. He'll want that prize at the end of it as he looks at treble 14 and a fat 20.
51, Patrick
Job done.
O'Carr, 164.
Big ask, this 164. It has been done. He looks at the 19s first start. The reason being, if that goes in, he's just replicating that. But he's going to set it up nicely. He's going to put some pressure on this
92,
tops.
Robbie O'Carr,
It's
40.
over to the Aussie.
Game shot on the first
Absolute
leg, Robbie
bonzer.
King.
Is that Aussie a bonzer? I'm sure it is. Have I got that right there? Sure it was, but maybe I'll stay away from that. Once again, another great start, very commendable.
Second leg, Patrick to throw first. Game
So
on.
he looks really focused. Look at that. The grit of the teeth. That's what I want to see from Wesley. Not just that grit of the teeth, that desire, that tenacity. I think that's all missing. A smooth, elegant throw from Patrick van den Boogaard, who hit a lot of 180s yesterday. It feels like a real FDM if he gets that first one in. The others can and will follow often.
85.
8 180s across the day yesterday for Patrick. Only better by Jared Cole, who hit 9. If he gets another, we could be on for the 9.
135.
Need to put my bacon sandwich down there, Matt. There's no saucer on my mouth, is there?
57.
I did wonder what you're going to wash that pie down with.
Were you quite impressed with my porridge this morning and oranges? Another 180 here would have left double
140.
free. This is sensational from the Dutchman. Really liking what I'm seeing from him.
140, Patrick O'Carr,
Match
46.
oozes quality. This is the area he can improve. He's done all the hard work, and rest assured he's going for the 3 there, so
38.
and once again, that trend continues. And if he's going to have any aspirations of kicking on from here, and you know, that's the area that he needs to work on, because you know the scoring's great, it's there. He looks brilliant around that treble 20 bed.
Patrick O'Carr, 8.
But the confidence in me goes, when he wants a double. Can he change that?
21.42% yesterday's checkout percentage.
4. Robbie O'Carr,
It
139.
could have
No,
been
better.
worse because he had a few shots yesterday where he went for the double 10 and hit the 15, which kind of ruined those stats a little bit, or saved the stats, should we say, from being even worse in terms of could have been below 20%, which you've got to be about 33% here at the
4.
Super Series. He's had 4 darts to wrap up this leg. He's going to get 3 more.
Game shot on the second leg.
For Patrick, that's great. That's
Bugard.
good because that can suck the energy out of you. Like I said, all them superlatives, all those really nice things that's said about them are fine, but you've got
Third
to
leg, Robbie
really
to first. Game on.
be aggressive on them doubles there. As he goes through his same routine, he puts his darts down, has a drink. I like what he's doing there. He's getting his focus, getting his concentration.
140.
That's when you don't want to hear your 140. All you're thinking, he was standing there, please, referee, just shout 41.
$95.
The darts very firmly going to the well. They're going at the same sort of depth every time, which is another good sign of someone who's got full control over their throw. As Robbie King gets his first maximum of the day, his 5th of the week so far.
Expertly
100.
shouted out by our referee, Paul Hinks. One of the best. The finest 180, or are you a Russ Bray fan, or is it
140.
the George Noble fan? What was mine was the Grand Slam when I went up and Russ shouted 180 as a BDO player. And I looked over to my family and
81. Robbie O'Carr, 41.
the small things as Robbie King looks at 41. Exactly the same as Patrick. And he's 27. No panic for double 12.
I'm not even sure
29.
that was the option as well, because it was right on that wire. Was that actually played for a big 3? Guess we will not know the true answer to that one, but for the first time, a bit of a
58.
ropey
Robbie
shot there
O'Carr,
from
12.
Robbie King.
Centre of the board is his thought process. He don't want to go to double 3. So if he's going to miss, you're going to miss wide, but he has to be aggressive now. Not even a thought on double 3 with that last
6.
one.
Patrick O'Carr,
It certainly is now.
167.
This would be a steal of the highest degree.
106, the best that Patrick's been able to convert so far. Across day
102,
one, yesterday,
Robbie O'Carr,
Monday's
6.
action. And it's bottom of the board, it's double 3. Oh, he's chasing it round 3, but arguably the hardest finish to complete on a dartboard.
No score. Patrick O'Carr,
And he's given
65.
opportunity where an opportunity looked almost impossible.
Now we've talked about Patrick's doubles being his weak link, but sometimes when you shouldn't have won a leg, you can relax a little bit. That's the perfect dart on 65. He's reset. The 2 darts are tops.
Game shot on
He
the
just
third
did
leg.
everything
Patrick
right. The
Bugard.
preparation was good. The execution was fantastic. And that's an absolute steal. Penny for your thoughts right now, Robbie King. Questions are finally being asked of the Aussie.
Fourth leg, Patrick to through first. Game on.
I suppose this is when the biggest questions are, when things start just going a little bit wrong.
45.
It's nice to keep rolling when things are going your way, but when you ask the biggest of questions or you're making the mistakes, and this is the response that you'd want to see, that is true fighting character.
Yeah, he's got that in abundance, hasn't he? And that's the belief. I always believe your top level of dart is all about consistency.
58.
And he's consistent on this treble 20.
180.
Glenn sits up on his seat.
The 9 dart finish is on. Conor Heenahan, the man that's hit it in this roof.
140. Robbie
before.
O'Carr, 141.
Is he going to get company on the top table? He might, just not in this leg.
49.
I went all PDC crowd there. I was going to start booing.
Still stand by it. I think we're going to get a 9-darter this week somewhere on Planet Darts.
180. Robbie
The
Crown,
reaction.
92.
Very impressive young man. And from a 9-darter, all of a sudden you're scrapping for the leg. That leaves 77. That's beautiful. That's in for double 10. Sensational dart here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. A beautiful 180 there from Patrick van den Bohade. Gave him the opportunity. The question was asked of the big Aussie. And boy, did he smash that in there. That treble 19 was sublime. The double 10 was absolutely amazing. Speaking of big Aussies, they are watching down under because we talked about the sleeve, the compression
96.
sleeve. We've had Raymond Smith, the superstar of the MODUS Super Series. Compression sleeves, they regulate body temperature and help manage the blood flow, Glenn. Helps the flow of the oxygen and minimize soft tissue damage. If you read it on a synopsis
97.
of the benefits of potassium, you can also trap those benefits. I used them a while ago. First at Ali Pali to help with an illness and my muscle density, meaning I fatigued a lot
100.
faster than most. So there, Matt. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. You've got to be impressed with this man, Matt. He just looks to be getting better and better. Maybe the one player I didn't know as much about in Group A. Probably the one person who's really impressing me most right now.
138.
That's exactly what I said at the start of the show, that I feel like he's got a little bit more to give. With that low checkout percentage yesterday, he only has to tighten that up. 5-10%. He's going to put a huge amount of points on his average and really put himself into contention here. Both players in this playing really well. We've had 5 maximums already. That came in the first 3 legs.
Patrick Carr, 164.
Boring does it. Never mind the maximum. That setup play there was just fantastic. But what it does mean is you sort of relax on the 164 a little bit because you know it's a must hit. Rather than, you know, you've got things in your mind of setting it up.
36.
For Robbie King for a 13-darter. Look at the focus in those eyes.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Robbie King.
Learn an awful lot the way Robbie King, that tenacity went 2-1 down. And Matt Edgar, my co-commentator, said we find out a little bit more about Robbie King because yesterday we were waxing lyrical about him all day.
First. Game on.
No questions are being asked, and then he's put 2 legs there together, which really tells me he's the real deal.
58.
Stand up and be countered was the conversation we had in the commentary box before we went on air, and we was trying to figure out who would stand up and
60.
be countered. Well, they're all raising the game. John Henderson, 4-1 victory over Jared Cole, 95 average. Wesley Plazier, 4-1 victory over Michael Huntley, 88 average. Both above their
82.
daily averages from day one. And both players here, Robbie King and Patrick, both well over the top of their daily averages. It's as if the players thought exactly the same as we did.
81.
Just been a very enjoyable match to watch. And for Patrick, I'm just beginning to dip under that treble 20, which will disappoint him. He's back in the area he wants to be. I think this match deserves to go the distance. This man in your picture will disagree. He'll want to put this one to bed. He will know he has the darts in the last leg, and that'll be
100.
in the back of his mind there.
Like a little insurance policy, isn't it? A little safety blanket.
Yeah, myself and Matt had a look at the
60.
stats on Patrick in 2023, and it may be really only when we sort of looked at the stats in 2019, he represented the Dutch national team, which is very, very tough to get in there because, you know, his stats this year are a little bit worrying
90.
when you looked at the calibre of players in this competition this week. But you can understand why he's been invited and what a credit he's been to the ADC Europe. That's 104 left. So he should stay there with 86, even though it's not ideal.
93. Robbie Carr, 170.
It's for the match.
Jared Cole completed this task yesterday in a match-winning opportunity. Robbie King not able to do it on this
56.
occasion.
Patrick O'Carr, 68.
Patrick has really tightened up the finishing a bit today. He's hitting that 33%, the expectation now of the Super Series. He steps back, plays this in 2 parts.
Game shot
Much
on the
more
6th leg.
successful
Patrick
as well. I
Van den
like it when
Boogaard.
players approach it in 2 parts. It's a very tough skill to be able to do. You think of the likes of Kevin Painter and Rob Cross, who have been able to do that treble or single. And
7th
then
and
come
final
back
leg, Robbie to
to
third
hit the
first.
double,
Game
where
on.
a lot of people sort of just rely on the flow. And with Patrick being quite a rhythm player, it's a very good weapon to have in the toolbox.
100.
And that's a possibility where you can tighten up there for Robbie. The first 2 were trebleless. That last one was just like a little block of gold. And we said yesterday when it was 3-3, Patrick usually opens up with at least a 140.
45.
The difference being he always had his darts when he went to 3-3 yesterday. Now he's chasing a little bit. Robbie King's taking the ascendancy. And them 2 darts make him a big favourite for this match.
180.
We said that he's going to be asked a few questions today. If these are the answers he's able to come up with, he could end day 2 top of the table as well.
177.
Huge response from Patrick, a maximum visit. But it's still all in the hands of Robbie King. But is he feeling that
85.
bit of urgency, that bit of panic potentially from that fantastic response there from Patrick?
Yeah, because it's interesting, Matt, because you stand there, you've won the leg in your mind. And all of a sudden that 177 there from Patrick makes
55.
you think.
Robbie O'Carr,
Once again,
136.
that last dart, a treble 20, gives him 6 darts and 136. He'll set that up.
96.
You say it makes you think. It makes you aware, doesn't it? You hit the 180, you think, that's you done, pal, and then they hit you straight back. Just makes you look at the scoreboard. Just makes you become a little bit more aware of the situation. But the situation's good right now. It is 3 darts in hand.
96.
3
Robbie
darts at
O'Carr,
tops.
40.
Very, very enjoyable game. And
Game
that's
shot
an
on the match,
absolute
Robbie
ripper
King.
there from the Aussie. Robbie King is absolutely flying. An absolute fair dinkum to the man from Australia. Questions were asked there about him. And Patrick Van den Boogaard can walk off with his head held high. That was a fabulous match, reflected in those numbers there. 4 180s there from Robbie King, 2 from Patrick. Very good on the outer ring, a very enjoyable game. But the Aussie continues to be on the march. Follow that, Michael Huntley and Jared Cole. They're up next after this short break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. What a match we witnessed before the break. Robbie King get the better of Patrick van den Boogaard by 4 legs to 3, hitting 4 maximums in the process. 96 the average for King in the end there. This is what we've seen so far. And then 4-1 victories for John Henderson and Wesley Plaisir before that. So that means Robbie King and Wesley Plaisir keep their ascendancy at the top of the table, now both on 10 points. Next up for us, it is the battle between the bottom 2 in the table as things stand, as Jared Cole takes on Michael Huntley. Watching this one in the commentary box, it's Matt and Glenn.
Thank you so much, Henry. Once again, it was a fantastic start of the day today. I mean, John Henderson, Wesley Plaisir, Robbie King, the 3 big hitters have been absolutely outstanding this morning. We talk about moving Tuesday. There was a real potential. That guy in the picture smiling away could be the man, but it was a disappointing start to the day against John Henderson. Against this man in your picture there, was desperate for his first 2 points, and this might be a game he's identified where Jared's not at his best. The game was pretty disappointing
31.
between the pair of them yesterday. It was just missed double after missed double. But then Jared just went through a phase where he relaxed and produced darts, something like that.
There'll be nothing settling either about those first 3 darts from Michael Huntley, not able to keep them straight.
80.
4 darts. Lost a line on the 20, and that vertical line's the first thing that you ever learn when you play darts, and to be
57.
losing that now is a further concern for Michael Huntley, who's only picked up 10 legs so far.
125.
Loses alive with the second dart, but a great recovery. I did mention earlier on about the darts going in at different angles yesterday. That's already returned in the first 9 darts of this match.
Yeah, we're getting some good feedback off social media.
170.
And very interesting to hear you say that, Matt, because we've had a message from Jay. What advice would you give to any player struggling with nerves?
79.
Is it purely just the more experience,
135.
the easier it gets to? And I'm thinking nerves could be kicking in for Michael Huntley. And I'll try and explain, Jake, just a little bit how
84.
I dealt with nerves, and maybe Matt can add to it as well. And I'm going to just give a reference to a game. But we'll just see this leg out first of all. That's not in that second dart.
100.
That one is.
51.
Now, the pair of them were absolutely rubbish on their outer ring yesterday.
Game shot on the first leg. Jared Cole.
Much better from Jared Cole. He has to settle some because Jared Cole is a real serious talent. So, Jake, everybody is nervous is sort of the first and foremost.
Something like
the
Jared
most nervous I ever was
Game
as I walked on the semi-final of the Premier League against Gary Anderson. And as you walk up those steps, I literally couldn't feel my legs and arms for the first time.
60.
It was just something that Matt said there. What I knew I could do, even without feeling my legs and arms, I knew I could throw straight because I'd worked on a process where even under the most extreme circumstances,
57.
I could score 60. And my philosophy was I'll try to turn that 60 to 100 during the game, to a 140, to a 180. So how I dealt with nerves was just going back to a game that I religiously practiced on, where I would just aim for the biggest part of the 20. So I got that vertical line right under the most extreme circumstances. Just have a bit of belief
39.
in yourself, Jake. Make sure you breathe is also very important. Just enjoy the game, because when this guy is relaxed, he makes the game look ridiculously easy. When he's
60.
tense and nervous, he sprays them about. So hopefully that answers your question, Jake, and thanks for getting in touch.
Be an expert in your field, understand as much as you can is going to be my advice. Knowledge is power.
77.
I sit here and talk about the darts, and I don't feel nervous while I'm sat here commentating on the darts. But if you put a microphone in my hand and said, commentate on this golf match, I wouldn't have
96.
a clue. And I'd be so nervous about having to do that because it's something I'm not sure about. So be sure with the equipment, be sure with the technique, as Glenn's just said, be sure with the practice and the preparation and the routines.
151.
When you can do that, you can believe in the process. And when you believe in the process, that's the confidence.
85.
So keep the questions coming, everyone. But most important, I'd love to know what you feel about this group here. Who do you think's going to win? How impressed have you been with the players.
78.
And once
Jared
again,
Yukar,
that
66.
trend of Mike swaying them all over the place will be his biggest disappointment as Jared looks at 66. The 2 darts, a double 12, sent to the board.
Game shot on the
Right
second
in the
leg.
top. All of a
Jared
sudden, those
Cole.
troubles with the outer ring seem to be alleviated a little bit. And Jared Cole, a nice double 8 and a double 6 to put him 2-0 ahead, averaging over 91.
Third leg, Mike
A
to through
real
first.
solid
Game on.
professional performance here.
When you take the sort of experience of our players this week, John Henderson, who's
125.
played on pretty much every stage around the world and won tournaments on TV. Jared Cole played at the Lakeside and one of the most
93.
experienced players here at the Super Series. It's the 2 ADC men that are the top of the table at the moment and clear.
96.
Validation of ADC Europe from Wesley Plazier and Robbie King for ADC Oceania.
58.
Getting some good players coming through this ADC Europe, aren't we? Barry Van Peer came over not too long ago representing.
100.
Got himself through to Champions Week.
Yes, and there's a player from Europe coming next week, teasing people. And I'm really looking forward to seeing.
119.
Just showed Matt the list there. Another fabulous week. I'm here next week to commentate on, so I think I've been spoilt with 2 fantastic weeks. And it's the real
45.
climax. It's Champions Week, and some of the real big hitters. Will Luke Littler do what he did one more time?
Pretty sure also
140.
appearing on
Mike
Champions
Ricard,
Week will be the rest of
135.
Glenn Sweets because they don't seem to be going down very quick.
What a fantastic
95.
last start
Jared
there for
Yukar,
Huntley.
91.
Just makes this 91 different because he has the opportunity of going for the bull first out, which he's done. I like to see that because that's a good marker, but he doesn't need it. Double 9.
73. Mike Ricard,
Good
40.
board management there from young Jared Cole. And for Michael Huntley, when he gets a double, he hits it.
Game shot on the third leg. Mike Huntley.
As shown in diagram B.
He's had 3 darts at doubles today. He's hit 2. That is very similar to the theme of yesterday. Just 22 darts
Fourth
at the
leg,
double.
Charity through
He
first.
did
Game on.
convert 12 of them, but that's one of the lowest ratios I have seen from a player across a day. Just shows how much he was outscored. Well, if we
55.
look at the next player in line as Robbie King, he had 42 darts at the double. 20 darts more than Michael Huntley.
96.
What was interesting though, Matt, he knew this morning. As I went by him, I came into the building with him and he knew. He said, my doubles are going in.
100.
I said, I just have to get down to a double. And what happens is, all of a sudden, that word confidence. When you see a double, you know you're hitting them. they're going in.
58.
The problem he's got is the majority of the game is about scoring. And he doesn't have the confidence on the treble 20 bed that he does on a double. Funny old game, someone once said.
134.
Just all perception, isn't it? What you see or the stories you tell yourself.
140.
Sometimes the stats will tell the stories, and sometimes we tell ourselves these stories that just sort of put us down these rabbit holes. But that would have been a
140.
perfect time to have filled it up there for Jared Cole. There's no better feeling than a 180 on a 212 or a 220.
93. Jared Yukar, 72.
16's the preferred route these days. He'll stay there. You're disappointed because another 16 there would have left tops. He has the opportunity now of having another
40.
16 to go
Mike
back to
Ricard,
his beloved double
114.
16. And Michael will be just thinking, just give me a treble. First 2 darts. Just can't do it. And the wry smile was there. He really fancied the tops in the
78.
last one.
Jared Yukar,
Jared Cole is
32.
beginning to find the outer ring. Will he do that again?
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Much better
Jared Cole.
finishing today from Jared Cole. 3 from 6 in this match, 50%. If he can keep around that sort of numbers today, he could make a move and put himself into contention for this group as well. Because
Fifth leg,
everything else
Mike
is
to
there
throw
really
first.
with
Game
Jared
on.
Cole. And you sort of feel if he starts hitting his doubles, he's not only going to start getting wins, but he's going to start getting wins by sizable leg differences as well, which could really bring him into contention.
I just had a little look at the next two games and they whet the appetite.
99.
We could be getting to that stage now where we're going to get one player who's going to really stamp their authority on the group, and a real opportunity for John Henderson coming up next. And then a
100.
barnstormer of a heavyweight contest between Wesley Plazier and Robbie King. So stay with us. Give us your thoughts.
134.
Who's going to get through this fantastic group here? And who's your pick out of Group B and C? Because there's some mega players to come. Also, the rest of the week we're definitely being spoiled.
125.
Week 11 here.
A mixture of everything, haven't we? Got players at the starts of their careers, players coming towards the back ends of their careers, and players
58.
that you say are just starting to come into their peaks.
$81.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that last dart. That was just the kiss of the barrel. If you're top of the table, that kisses into treble 20. If you're bottom of the table, it kisses into the big one.
140. Mike Ricard,
Then your opponent
135.
goes up and hits a big 140. Always feels like it happens, always feels like it's against you, but that's a good dart there from Michael Huntley. Left himself 85. Oh, he didn't seem too pleased with the bullseye.
I think he was already working his throw out that he was going to hit the 25. That was a bizarre moment there for Michael. But Jared Cole has just looked fluently, very fluid. He's going to get a dart or a double for the match. Double 16. That's
shot
the
of
way
the
to
match.
do it, Jared
Cole.
Cole. Mission accomplished for the young man to be absolutely delighted, relieved, and even a little frustrated because that inconsistency's there, because when he plays that well, 94.44, that trend of fantastic darts continues today. And look at that checkout ratio, 4 from 7 from the man who couldn't hit a double yesterday. Jared Cole maybe just beginning to show his real form, but big games coming up. John Henderson versus Patrick van den Bogaerde next. Don't miss that one.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilly, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Jared Cole got the better of Michael Huntley by 4 legs to 1 before the break. Impressive performance, average of 94.5 and 4 out of 7 when it came to the finish. Much improved in that particular department for the King of the Castle. Right, next up for us, John Henderson, who got the better of Jared Cole in the first game of the session, takes on Patrick van den Boogaard, who last time out was on the wrong end of a 4-3 scoreline against Robbie King. Watching this one, Glenn and Matt.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and this one is an opportunity for one of the players to really put themselves into an opportunity here to win Group A and put themselves into the mix for that top position.
First. Game on.
Robbie King and Wesley Plazier take each other on in the next game, which means one of them's got to move to 12. But you're going to need to be clinging on to those coattails. You want to be in that position ready to strike should that opportunity present itself. And John Henderson has kicked off the day absolutely perfectly today. A 95.38 average in his opening game. A victory over Jared Cole, who we have just had that form validated by Jared Cole in the last match, a 94 average. If this was horse racing, we'd be saying John Henderson's looking like a good thing 100. Right now.
Yeah, he seems to have that real focus, doesn't he? Which he was first in this morning as I walked through the room, and yeah, it looked like there was a real steely determination. And I think it was a big game against Jared Cole, because that is a potential banana skin. But he got through that, like I said, spoke so highly about Patrick, but John Henderson knows
85.
He's the form player. He won't want to trickle into those 5s and 1s. That's been the disappointing thing. But yeah, he'll want to lay a marker before the next game, which is the game of the day. And once again, there's a lot of Aussies watching, so a big hello to the gentleman that is Mal Cumming, who sent us a message, Matt. He's enjoying it, and I think a lot of the Oceanic ADC players are watching Robbie King this week, and all of them are saying is he loves the big challenge. He likes to be on that stage, and I think they fancy him for the week. And those odds of 16 to 1 just to win the group yesterday, they've been slashed.
85.
That's what Robbie told us when we had a sit-down chat with him yesterday, wasn't it? He wanted the tough group. He wanted it as hard as it could be. That is in, John. There's your double 16. Just checking the score. Making sure.
59.
In that situation, you can ask the referee what is left. You can ask the referee what is hit. But you cannot ask them how to do it.
You just feel he's delaying the inevitable at the moment.
97. John Ricard, 32.
He hit the treble. Not his favoured part of the board, John. But like I say, he does feel he's in the mood.
Game shot on the first leg.
He just slides in the bottom part of that double 16. Then sometimes you just feel maybe today is my day, because that very easily could have got into double 7, even other parts there. So when they don't go bang in the middle, it's sometimes a bigger positive of when you smack one right in the middle. Psychologically. Can you just give me your thoughts, Matt, on that stage? We get a lot of messages, and the one I remember is Robert Owen said it's the closest stage for me that replicates a European tour. And do you think it's one of the best stages to play? And how did you feel up there?
Yeah, visually it felt very much like a European tour, but also I think it's everything that goes around the stage rather than just the stage, because one of the things we do see here, we see people like Patrick, for example, who bring a certain level or a standard everywhere in the averages they produce. Then they come here
95.
And they produce so much more and bigger. It's not just about the stage, it's about the opportunity to prepare properly, to have the practice room in the proper conditions, to have the right amount of boards
54.
relating to the right amount of people. I went to an open, a ranked open that shan't be named, but they had over 300 entries and they had 2 practice boards.
125.
Slightly more south and west. Bit more Welshy.
140.
It is a
John
fantastic
Ricard,
opportunity
141.
for players. And like I said, I can only speak from the northeast as John looks at the 141 here. And our ADC vault are just
47.
filling up within
Patrick
2 or 3
Ricard,
minutes.
112.
All because the carrot, the desire is to play here. So many players from the northeast have played now and gone back and said, you must do it. Little flick there as he looks at treble 17. And John's just thinking there. So now John knows with this 94. Potentially, I'd look at the bull, but like I said, so many players now are backing themselves to hit a treble within 2 darts. John did that, hence the reason of the shake of the head, because he just
38.
wasn't up to the challenge.
Patrick Ricard, 36.
Now, Jared Cole solved his problems on the outer ring. Can Patrick do the same? Because if he can start getting deadly on the doubles, it becomes a real dangerous commodity. That's the weakness.
No score. John Ricard, 56.
He tends to drag them low if he's going to miss. He kept doing it on the 10s yesterday, pulling into the 15 or the double 15.
36.
A rare second
Patrick
opportunity
Ricard,
when you play a
36.
player like John Henderson. You normally give him a sniff, and that is it. Game over. Not on this occasion. A reprieve.
Once again, that dreaded transition to the 9. And there's the drop and low we've talked about. Just needs to follow their arm right the way through.
32.
Double 2's never easy
John
with
Ricard,
one opportunity.
20.
And John Henderson doesn't let you go back twice. I promise you.
Game shot on the
Thank
second
you,
leg.
John.
John
Saved my
Henderson.
bacon there. Like I said, not spectacular this time from John. I think he'll be happy to be leading 2-0. And all of a sudden he will be sort of entering that 10-point mark from sort of nowhere, really. I mean, it's a term that Henry first sort of mentioned me moving Tuesday when I first arrived here at the MODUS Super Series.
60.
It's incredible how it happens every single time. And we couldn't decide yesterday as we'd done the conclusion of play if it would be Jared Cole or John Henderson. Right now, Hendo is looking the man.
57. $95.
Currently moving himself up into 3rd place. The top position is completely split at the moment in terms of legs won, legs
140.
difference, points, games won. It is absolutely gridlocked at the top of the table, and them two had to face each other
59.
next. Wesley Blazier, Robbie King. So it's going to start taking shape over the next sort of hour or so, and we'll start to understand where people's fate's going to lie in terms of what they're individually playing for.
58.
Yeah, I'd love to hear from some of the fans of Wesley and the Dutch as well, because it's all Aussie, Aussie, Aussie on my Twitter account. And MSS Darts, please give that a follow.
100.
At MSS Darts, come on, Robbie, says Juanita. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. She'll be stoked. I like my Aussie. Fair dinkum. Stoked. Ripper. See, I've done my homework, aren't you, Matt?
60.
I'm just amazed watching you on your phone. It's zoomed into one word a screen, and it's still
85.
right in front of your face.
Wait till you see me type. That'll blow your mind. when that typewriter went to typewriter. When that reduced yesterday.
96. John Ricard, 102.
How many words a minute are you, Glenn? As John Henderson looks at 102. Bull or treble 14, and I think he changed his mind there. He went treble 14 because it's a bigger target for tops, and
Game
that's an
shot
even
on the
bigger
third
target.
leg. John
And
Henderson.
that is absolutely sensational. Because what happened there, automatically on 82, he was thinking of the bullseye. But why go for the bullseye? For 2 reasons. He loves tops.
Fourth leg Patrick to
And
throw
treble
first.
14
Game on.
so much bigger than the bullseye. And he hit it with absolute aplomb. 3-0 to Henderson.
That also completes the finishing bingo card. John Henderson's first finish over 100
58.
so far in this group. So now all players have hit a ton plus checkout. Jared Cole leading the way with the most
140.
and the biggest. He took out a 170 for the match. as part of his 4-ton-plus combinations.
You get the feeling John Henderson is just shutting the door shut. For Patrick, who's been very good, but he's fighting away with that 140 to once again prove me wrong.
38.
Well, 303 usually means players starting on 19s, because another one of them, another treble here, would leave the big fish.
95.
And this is something from round about the 1990s I saw, where the word board management sort of really, or two-word board management sort of came into effect, really, where players,
81.
essentially from the sort of the Dutch as well, started thinking about their throw, strategizing to get it down to a 3-dart finish, even in the 300s.
You probably said one word because
99.
it was on your notes, and your notes were on your tablet. You had to scroll down to see management.
Yeah, I've gone back to my typewriter. Can he fill it?
140. Patrick Carr, 109.
Just look what Henderson's left. The exact finish he did as Patrick looks at treble 19. And the 102 finish will be in John's mind right now.
57. John Ricard, 102.
Can he start with the treble?
He's going to need a treble. He's going to have to be on the 19s. That would have gave him a dart at his favourite tops. But Patrick
78.
Van den
Patrick
Bohart,
Ricard, 52.
who's had 5 darts at a double and not been able to convert any of them yet in this match, selected double 18.
Game shot on the
This
fourth leg.
time,
Patrick Van den
He's
Bogaard.
able to get over the line. A 17 darter there from Patrick. But that was just a holder throw. He's going to need to find something big on 2 occasions to take the throw
leg,
away
John,
from
to the
big
first.
John
Game on.
Henderson.
That would be an amazing comeback, quite essentially, because John has, even if he goes the full 3 legs, John will have to throw in 2 of them there. So still all in the hands of the man from the Highlands. Just deep concentration now. That's the only thing for me that can stop it. A 2 dart, if that had been a 180, you'd thinking that delay was perfect. But he's still in total control. It's going to need a remarkable comeback from the man in your picture there.
140. John Ricard, 140.
40 scored from Patrick, and it's 140 left for John Henderson. He's not going to be able to take it on this occasion, but from 140, you're thinking just have a nice setup shot, leave yourself handy.
54.
That's a bit of a mess, and a bit of a mini opportunity here for Patrick.
And yeah, we said it was a big ask, but with Patrick, you want that first dart in the treble. It's incredible
55.
how he's
John
such a
86.
first dart merchant, and yeah, John will have a lot of relief now. 2 darts to double 16.
Game
Another
shot
solid,
and a match.
if not
John Henderson.
spectacular performance from John Henderson. That's 2 wins out of 2 on Moving Tuesday, and that he'll be absolutely delighted with. Patrick just dipped his performance a little bit there, and once again, that horrible checkout ratio of 1 from 6 will be just a concern. But for John Henderson, that 102 finish at treble 14 double top was absolutely sensational. He'd be delighted with a 4-1 victory. It's a massive clash coming up next. Don't miss this one. It's Wesley Plazier against Robbie King.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the Highlander is rocking and rolling. John Henderson, a 4-1 victor against Patrick van den Boogaard before the break. So he's beginning to make a bit of the mood and trying to challenge those at the top of the table, and the top two are going toe-to-toe here as Wesley Plazier takes on Robbie King. Big game right in the middle of the day, and describing all the action, Glenn Down, Matthew Edgar.
Thank you once again, Henry. Yes, a massive clash. Two players on 10 points, joint top.
First leg, Wesley to through first.
John Henderson once again has done his job, and he'll be rounded about. He'll be watching this one. Yeah, a lot of sportsmanship, but I can tell you it's business starts now, because the first player to go on to 12 points will be laying that marker down. I think we see the best of this man in your picture, Wesley Plazier. This guy has been absolutely tremendous so far. His only defeat yesterday came to Wesley. I want to put that to bed. But sit back and enjoy what I think is going to be a sensational contest.
I think we're going to see the best from both players here. These are the two players that have really stood up and been countered, and when it's been needed the most, they've produced the most.
100.
And a nice, solid start. That meaning, those initial nerves, they can just be reduced. They can just play darts. And may the best person win, as they'll be feeling right now, because I can tell you, there'll have been some nerves as they walked on the stage, because they want to be top of the table.
45. Wesley Carr, 164.
But I do feel it's more about this man. Comes with a big reputation.
94.
And I just think, Matt, he's only been in third gear so far.
Got to agree.
43. Wesley Carr, 70.
With the weight of that World Masters trophy that he currently holds and will hold again.
Game shot on the first leg. Wesley
holds
Plazier.
his throw as well. Doesn't have to defend it this year. The event, unfortunately, not going ahead this year. So Wesley joins the list of long-reigning World Masters champions.
Second leg, Robbie to third first. Game on.
A few players that have held on to that title for a couple of years. Bob Anderson really springs to mind, won it 3 times on the rope.
60.
Yeah, it's a tough one to win. I mean, when I was winning the World Masters, I was getting a buy into the last 64 or last 32.
93.
So, like I said, I don't sort of put myself in the realms of Bob Anderson and that. But yeah, I did have a wonderful moment when I beat Larry Butler to win my first
100.
inverted commas major. My first real paycheck as well. It was and all the whole of Middlesbrough seemed to turn up from the quarterfinals onwards, because obviously just an hour and a half down the road. So it was a real special moment. It's a fantastic competition. I was very disappointed to see it won't be on the calendar this year. Very disappointed.
31.
I did feel it was about Plazier in this match, and for the first time, Robbie King is averaging in the 70s, and this man 95. Is around about 100. And I just think that this man is stepping up, and this man for the first time. So come on, Robbie. I'm getting lots of messages from your Aussie compatriots. And they're all watching. They're all by your side. And I want to see the very, very best from you. But to the Aussies watching, this guy from Holland is one of the best amateurs in the game, in my opinion. And just at that real crossroads where it's time for him to shine.
$138. Wesley Carr, 115.
These are the sort of shots that he's been able to take that really hurt people. There's one dart in hand at the end of a treble combination. He won't be doing it on this
99.
occasion.
Robbie Carr, 72.
But although it seems a lot easier, the task here for Robbie King, unless he can hit the treble with this opening dart, which he can, that gives him the 2 darts at the double.
Shot on the second leg. Robbie King.
Polished performance there. You want to see the best of him. Doesn't get much better than that.
Yeah, very reminiscent of Raymond Smith there, just very focused. And
I
always felt when Raymond was here at the MODUS Super Series, when he was round about that 72 finish, 64 finish, he was just so schooled to
100
to hit them. And, you know, you just really fancied Robbie there. He's proving the bookies wrong. They had him as a big outsider for this group yesterday. And I remember as I walked in through to the commentary box, he said, 25 to 1, Glenn, to win the week. He said, that's an insult.
81.
We've seen what he can do under the proper conditions and the preparations, and we look at what he did at the World Championship, pushing Ryan Searle, a man who
57.
was incredible last night in beating Van Barneveld. Pushed him all the way. He went to a last set decider.
140. $96.
Let's say we'd sort of see the best from Wesley. Another one of them would be nice. And I tell you what, the more he sticks that tongue out, the better he gets. Paul Hinks wanting to get in the camera there. I thought they were doing a selfie for a moment.
$180. Wesley got 80.
Big moments in this match. You've got to stay straight. Give yourself an opportunity at tops. It's only going to be the one.
60. Robbie O'Carr, 108.
He's thinking about this match. And this guy, look at the determination there. One treble he's thinking. Just give me a treble.
56. Wesley O'Carr,
Games
20.
like this where you've got two players that have been producing the goods for the week, you tend to find there's lots of holds of throw.
Game shot on the third leg.
As we
Wesley
get our third
Plaisir.
hold of throw in this match. If that trend continues, Wesley Plaisir will end up a 4-3 victor.
He's very good on that double five because you could see the concern. That
Fourth leg, Robbie to third
double
first.
10, I think he went to war because I'm sure his hand alignment, when he let go of that dart, he thought it was probably in. But a couple of times he's been asked the question on double five, and Plaisir has been
96.
Has been up to it. Robbie King, one treble again. So Wesley be thinking, just give me a 140. It's not going to happen.
55.
And already, Robbie King's just got that little bit of a buffer.
Few distress signals coming out there for Wesley.
100.
Which can be interesting to see. Not just the facials, but that whole rotation of the body. Every one of those throws, there it is again. You're going to find that when that body rotates,
100.
he's going to need a lot more wrist, or he's going to hyperextend that elbow.
Yeah, very similar to what we said earlier, though. His point of release is the
50.
bit I'm looking at, and it's very good, but yeah, there's a bit of rhythm. You'll see that head movement there. You'll see that little bit of elbow and that coming across himself.
140.
Selfie number 2.
Saw it again there on the last dart, and you can see him almost scratching his head. He's puzzled because he'll feel there's something wrong in the
135.
throw and in the release. And that's purely just with the body rotation. It changes the point, so you need... And the dart essentially gets pushed with the thumb.
Do you think it's just a bit of tension
100.
in the
Robbie
game?
O'Carr,
And
120.
for the first time, this is where we're seeing from Wesley, where he feels he's in a match, because you do feel there's a real importance to this game. As Robbie doesn't hit that treble 20.
Absolutely, it's a sign of tension. Imagine throwing a ball...
100.
being still and then
Wesley O'Carr,
throwing a ball,
106.
turning and rotating the hips. It's going to go a lot further on the second, which means you don't need as much power in the arm as such.
Big moment. Big dart.
74. Robbie O'Carr, 20.
For a holder throw, I like this. He's not being rushed. He's doing it in his own time.
Game shot on the
He's
fourth
getting the
leg.
result that
Robbie
he
King.
wanted. It's a level game. And we are still none the wiser in terms of who's going to be topping the table at the end of this one.
Yeah, the composure there of
Fifth leg, Wesley
Robbie
to third first. Game on.
was very important. Oh, a little wink as well.
85.
If that was me, I'd be winking at the camera to say...
You did
I've
when you
got
hit a
you.
180 and then bowed.
And a lot of the time, there's little messages. That
140.
wink, if that was me, I'd be saying, I've got him. It'd be me just winking to the comms just to say, let people know, lads, I've got him here.
100.
So what did the bow mean when you hit that 180 when you did Richie Parker like a kipper?
That was saying
100.
that was bowing to the 180 more than anything. That was bowing to the perfection of the 3 darts.
All right, now it's bow to the king.
100.
Really warming up nicely. Averages are good, not sensational. This is about match play.
140.
And he's enjoying himself. Robbie King is really enjoying himself, and something that Matt picked up on there, and maybe just a little bit of tension for Wesley because the questions are being asked. That rotation of the body just feels a little bit more excessive than previously. Robbie King is the one that looks like he's got that ascendancy. He looks at treble 17.
No surprise to see a bounce out as well when we're talking about that
57.
rotation.
Wesley Car
You're not going to have the
139.
dart going in point first. It's going to start hitting a bit more side on.
Such a difficult finish. The treble 14 a ball. Wow. Maybe I got my maths wrong there. He had 82 left, so what would 54 left?
28, I believe.
Yeah, well, that's not too bad. Yeah, you can understand why.
64.
This, remember when I talked about the 72 finish? I use that analogy of Raymond Smith. Boy, does he need it again now. Double 12. Double 12. Against the darts. He would have the darts, the throw for the match. Big moments. Big
Game
darts.
on the 5th leg. Robbie
Big
King.
man. Big fist pump. What a game. What a player. What a moment, Matt.
And I'm going to stand by the fact that he
Sixth
told
leg,
us
Robbie
that was
does it
coming.
first.
He
Game
looked
on.
at the camera. He winked at the camera as if to say, here we go. And a fantastic scoring leg. And still yet to miss a double here in a
95.
crucial game like this. 3 from 3 on the outer ring.
But this was a man that was 16-1 to win the group. Here comes Wesley.
180.
You know, when I asked for that personality, when I asked for that little bit of tenacity, a little fist pump there, I think that's what he needs. He's in a match.
100.
He's in a game. We want to see the best of this man. Big reputation, big player. Not a flicker of emotion there.
135.
186 after 6 darts. Sensational riposte to Robbie King's wink. Robbie King's double 12. And all of a sudden, swings
41.
and roundabouts. And all of a sudden, the ascendancy is with a big man from Holland.
He's earned this opportunity to get the throwback.
46.
5 trebles out of his first 6 darts. Even now, with that mistake of the 46, he's still in the driving seat of this leg.
133. Wesley Car 140.
Majority of the time, these are 2 visits to execute finishers. Say the majority of the time. We have seen the
84.
1-3-2
Robbie
go.
O'Carroll,
Wesley Plazier took it out
132.
yesterday. Is he going to have a hit against him, but this time for the match?
A treble 20 from Wesley, though. Surely, great line and length there. Just can't hit the treble. That treble 20, the last dart from Wesley
64.
Plazier was
Wesley O'Carroll,
absolutely
56.
vital. It made Robbie King think. And from the wink to the think. 2 darts at tops. Are we going all the way?
46.
That's
Robbie
the
O'Carroll
stink.
68.
Sorry. For the match. We've used that analogy. He checked out on 72 with aplomb. He checked out on 64. These are the types of finishers that win competitions. 1 dart at tops for the match.
48. Wesley O'Carroll 10.
Double 5, an area of the board you said been very favourable for Wesley Plazier. Good success rate here. But he's only going to get 1 more dart. It's going to be at double 2, which for him is going to feel about 20 foot away from the height of
Game
him.
shot
But
on the
he's
6th
able to
leg. Wesley
find it.
Plazier.
And he takes us all the way to our last leg shootout. And he's just wrestled back that advantage of throw. Robbie King is going to have to do it all again if he's to win this one.
Seventh and final leg,
Very
Wesley.
interesting.
First.
Psychologically, Robbie King was not looking at that dart. He will have been sucking the air in as the third dart is going in because you're praying not to hear. That's one of the bad things
40.
that can happen when you don't watch the dart. And I thought all the emphasis, all the ascendancy was with Wesley Plazier going into those 3 darts. And all of a sudden the score of 40 brings back
100.
the Aussie. 1 treble visit there. 60 points ahead. So all you're thinking right now is, I'm still in front. I'm still in front.
45.
I have got the darts now. That's what Robbie King will have been thinking there. That 40-45 start from Plazier is not what I expected.
100.
He's got the advantage of throw already in the front 6. That's going to force Wesley into a maximum. A 140 still gives Robbie King the advantage.
125.
Yes, the scoreboard's back level again, but Robbie's still got 3 darts in hand. It's all about what Robbie can do from here.
Sometimes
100.
it's just about doing the basics right now. And that first dart I loved. So far away from the treble 20, you'd be thinking, what are you talking about, Glenn? But he built off that dart. He just sat underneath it. Ton in the last leg of darts. Tells me so much more about this man. So he's thinking now 105. I promise you is what he's thinking. It's just the 85, but 116 he'll take. He's going to have a chance for the match. Well, he only needs 1 treble to do that. Now, will Wesley leave a finish? He certainly will. Wow, Matt.
116.
Big moments in this group here.
Robbie King steps up first. First opportunity, despite the fact he didn't throw first in the leg. That's because he has completely outscored Wesley in this one. Wesley
56.
Nodding along.
Wesley
He thinks he can steal.
113.
He thinks he can still win this one.
Some emotion from Wesley Plazier. What we've been asking for, there was the nod of the head. It does seem treble 18. You can't do it. Now it's over to the Aussie.
Robbie
Can you
60.
stay straight on the first dart, Robbie? Because he will be feeling it right now. And that's what he was very, very safe. It's 2 darter tops. He'll be shaking. But
Game
what
on the
a
match,
finish.
Robbie King.
What a match. Thoroughly enjoyable. A very comprehensive victory in the end. Fantastic match play. Once again, Wesley magnanimous in defeat there. Thoroughly enjoyed that game. But it's the Aussie that takes the spoils. 4-3. Fantastic game. Over to Patrick van den Bohade against Michael Huntley back after the break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are 2 rounds down for the day, which means it's time to get the prime assessment of Matthew Edgar. This is what we've seen so far today. We'll have a look at the results in chronological order now. It began with a 4-1 victory for John Henderson. He's won both of his matches, but perhaps the biggest leg of the day so far was the last leg that we've just seen there. Robbie King getting over the line against Wesley Plazier by 4-3.
I really enjoyed watching that game. I know Glenn Durrant really enjoyed watching that game, and I hope people did at home as well, because that's a real good Super Series sort of ding-dong. So, and we're getting in quite early here. We're getting in the mid part of Group A. We normally get those sort of battles where it feels with that sort of intensity towards the back end of Wednesday. We're getting that early. That shows us some of the characters and some of the levelling that we've got here, and how everyone's so equally matched that even this early in proceedings, after just 7 fixtures, that we're talking about games being as important as that was, and a real good strong showing there from Robbie King.
And Robbie King's kind of played with this kind of intensity from game 1 on day 1. He's kind of treated every game almost like a world final to a certain extent.
Yeah, and we know he played well at the World Championships when he took on Ryan Searle there in 2020, but he came in and he wanted a tough group. He was picking out the players who he wanted to play against and where he wanted to be. And he's come in here and he's brought aggression, but controlled aggression. Yes, we're seeing the fist pumps. We saw a little cheeky wink in that last game, amongst other things as well. But it's all controlled. It's not running away from him and his emotions running away. We sometimes see people come here and they get carried away with a moment, and then it affects them for a leg or 2 legs, which in this short format, a leg or 2 legs, you could end up on the wrong end of the result. Everything he's doing is controlled and measured, and I'm really, really impressed with Robbie King, and he's definitely going to be there come the end of Wednesday's play.
Well, as far as John Henderson is concerned today, well, he has won both of his opening 2 matches of the day, and we expected something from Hendo to give today. We expected a bit of an improvement, and we've got exactly that.
Well, it's not even just a bit of an improvement, it's a massive improvement. The averages, the stats, the way he's playing, the way he's looking, the way his whole demeanour, everything has changed. And the results are a lot stronger for him as well. 2 4-1 victories, that could come into play as well, because he's come into today off the pace in terms of the points. So if you're off the pace in terms of the points, you've got to look at the next factor, which is legs. Make sure you really strengthen that column, because if the points do present themselves, that's the point that you can really start to make use. And he's doing that today. Plus 6 legs. So if he can keep this going, he's going to put himself into contention, especially as he's got Big Wesley still to play.
Well, this is how the table looks then at the halfway stage of the day. Robbie King leading the way, 12 points to his name. Wesley Plazier still in and amongst the mix on 10. And John Henderson, as I say, a couple of victories. We expected if one of him and Jared Cole could make a good start, then they'd play themselves into contention.
Exactly that, and when we spoke at the start of the day, that was the opening game, wasn't it? John Henderson and Jared Cole, which John Henderson was able to win by 4-1. He's playing himself into contention, but don't rule out Jared Cole yet. There is so much more for this group to do. There's going to be so many twists and turns. We're only just coming up to the halfway point now, so we're going to say, or I'm going to say certainly for now, don't look too much at the table, because I think there's going to be a lot of change.
Next up, Michael Huntley against Patrick van der Boogaard. What do you expect from this one?
I expect if Michael Huntley gets an opportunity at double, he's going to take it. But how many is he going to get? That's the issue. We said yesterday he only had 22 darts at the double, which was more than half the closest rival in 5th place in terms of that stat. He's only had 3 darts today. The scoring power's not there. He's lost the line a little bit at times, but he seems to be okay when he starts switching around the board. I'll be interested to see what sort of tactics he employs here, especially now we can pretty much say his running is done for Group A.
Well, we're looking forward to watching this one then. It is the middle match of the day. Matthew Edgar is going to make his way down to the commentary box to join Glenn Durrant. Hello, Glenn.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Wonderful analysis of what's been a fantastic Group A already. And for the guy in your picture, Mike Huntley, you might be talking, saying, fantastic Group A. You've been serious, Glenn. It's been a difficult time for him. But I feel that he may think this is his opportunity against Patrick. It was 4-3 yesterday. It was a tight game. Patrick's on the back of a couple of defeats today. Even, he showed some signs of real success. And I think Mike will be thinking this is his moment, so I'll stick my neck on the line and say this is the moment Mike gets his 2 points. It's going to be a tough ask against this very, very impressive young man I've really enjoyed liking him. Technically,
58.
absolutely superb. So aesthetically pleasing on the eye. And like I said, I think he's the one player who'll go away on Saturday with a real benefit of playing regular all
100.
week. And for Mike, quite simply, you've got to get your scoring boots on, because when he gets a sniff of a double, he hits it. And that's the scenario he has right now.
96.
Well, he's finding. We talked about
140.
Michael Huntley spraying about a little bit. So that's that of 100 and 140. I mean, the darts look so super shiny. I'm thinking, has he got a brand new set of darts out
93.
there? But that might be just my eyes. They sticking with the same setup of flights and whatever. But he's really found this treble 20. But I wouldn't get too excited yet for Michael Huntley fans, because his first leg is usually the best. It's sort of the disappointment sort of been mid-match there. So there's certain things he wants to correct, as I'm rejoined by my co-commentator, Matthew Edgar, and I've stuck my neck on the line here. Martin said this is where Michael gets his first 2 points.
He certainly started in that vein.
96. Patrick Carr,
Already
157.
Getting the same amount of darts in a double in this one as he did in the whole of the last match.
Something Gezi Price has sort of created there by starting low
97.
on the 151s and 157s. So don't miss the big number, Michael. No, you're very good on your doubles, think.
Game shot on the first leg.
In
Michael
the mind.
play.
And he'll be thinking, give me a dart or a double, I will hit it. He's deep in concentration now, and all he is thinking, this is the time where I've been messing it up this
Second
week.
leg, Mike to throw first.
So
Game
same
on.
again. Nice straight darts. Give me a ton out of 140 and stay nice and focused.
As I was coming back into the commentary box, I did hear you mention that potentially Michael Huntley's got a new set of darts as they're all looking shiny. I do have some information, actually, in regards to equipment. I'm going to tell you about that in the next match. Jared Cole taking on Wesley Clazier up next. So a little bit of a cliffhanger there for you.
Edgar teasing us. This is so much better.
140.
Beautiful camera angle once again, just so you can see the elevation of the darts. They're just sitting up nicely. And this guy, when the first one goes in,
140.
so impressed with you, Patrick. Hopefully you look back on a little bit of commentary and, you know, the reason, the opportunity that you've got this week, and your game's in fine fettle. It's in a good place. It's just about learning to win. It's learning
57.
to get through that process again. He hasn't been playing as regular dart as the others, but I can totally get why he was in the Dutch national team, why he was so successful. He's played on the European Tour in Graz as
82.
well. So you can see where his game was a couple of years ago. And I have a strong feeling if he wants to, he still has the tools in the box to be a real star.
140. Patrick Carr,
This is
139.
far better from Michael Huntley. He seems to be thrown with a bit more purpose as well. A little bit more zip, a bit more venom.
Game shot on the second leg. Patrick Van
Michael
der
Huntley be
Moegaard.
thinking, why me? I'm already working out my finish, and that come from absolutely nowhere. But once again, look at the sportsmanship there. What a beautiful opening
Third
two
leg,
legs for
Patrick
the pair
to
of them.
first. Game on.
There's the first feel of the back there, as you can see. He is struggling with sciatica. No complaints from him. I must admit, I've been sort of looking at him. That's for the first time. I think last time I was here, Sven Verdonk was here, who was really suffering up there.
44.
No, so it's not the same fate for Michael, because it's a tough week.
It's a long week. It's looking like
60.
he's going to be going into Group C, which means he's going to be playing 25 games of darts, plus a couple of hours preparation each day.
140.
I'll tell you what, if Patrick goes into Group C, he's going to be one of the big favourites there. But we've got some such big hitters coming also that, yeah, it's just one of those weeks.
100.
Really looking forward to seeing Gary Stone, Justin Hood, Andy Hamilton. Just the list of names.
Alan Tabban will be joining us as
100.
well. I'm looking forward to seeing Tabs. Not seen him for a while. Not expecting him to bring any sweets or anything into the commentary box for us. But
The wine gums aren't going down very well, are they?
100.
177, he'd be thinking.
$55.
Opportunity for Huntley. Nice 140. Like I said, the darts are going in with real purpose. Them darts are singing to me when they go in.
100.
And I will stand by, but he's grimacing a little bit, whether it was the fact it was only the ton. First dart merchant, this guy. You look at the bullseye with the last.
130.
Sensational
Michael
stuff.
Carr, 141.
well, if Michael's Huntley's darts are singing, I think the song they might be singing right now is The Only Way Is
43.
Up.
Patrick Carr, 32.
Because he's getting severely detached at the bottom end of this table.
Game shot on the third leg.
It
Patrick
gets
Van
to
den
these sort of
Boogaard.
points in a group where you start thinking of records. You start thinking about if anyone's gone through the group
Fourth leg,
before
Mike
with
to
0
throw
points.
first.
I know we've
Game
had
on.
someone go through on 2 points before. We'll get that checked and confirmed as things get a little bit closer. But
96.
Michael Huntley with the darts he's playing here, average of 98. You'd be very surprised if he can sustain that performance if he's going to be in that position come the end of Wednesday.
83.
Yeah, sometimes it's not about your own performance, because I'm sure the guys who are playing Mike will be thinking, well, this is the game I'm going to win. This is the guy on 0 points. So they relax a little bit more.
85.
And that's the first time he slid into the 5. And very interestingly, it's that mid part of the match as well, where he has shown some disappointment at that stage. But this is the best we've seen from Huntley.
57. $60.
100 ahead. To go downstairs. Finds it.
96.
And he's zapping into the board as well. Been a fantastic day. I think we were left not disappointed, the right word yesterday, Matt. We knew it was a super strong group, but
100.
when we were number crunching at the conclusion, a lot of mid 80 averages, wasn't there? And you know, high 80 averages enough to win. Today we've been blessed with many 90 plus averages. Is tomorrow going to be where we start seeing it zip over the 100?
95.
I think tomorrow's where
Michael
we
Carr,
see those players with the
160.
big reputations start to really produce the big stuff. But Robbie King, top of the table after 7
60.
laps.
Patrick Carr,
That's not a man who's
170.
16 to 1 at the start of play.
Based on what you've seen, do you think he has, as we look at this 170, do you think he has the stamina
88.
to stay there?
Michael Carr, 100.
At first, I would have said no, but after that last game, I believe he can.
Yeah, the most messages to me from the Aussies, they certainly think he can. What a dart. Come on, Michael.
80.
That's unlucky.
Patrick Carr, 82.
Like I said, Patrick is, look at the focus, the determination there, total concentration. Your preparation starts as you walk to the Rocky. Doesn't take his eyes off the bullseye. Oh, he's gone the traditional treble 40. That surprised me. He's correct, because it's 2 darter tops. Just
shot on
everything
the
was
fourth
so
leg.
right from
Patrick
the
Van den
preparation
Boogaard.
to the execution. Once again, outstanding finish. Michael Huntley is just laughing, thinking, why me?
Fifth leg, Patrick to throw first. Game on.
And this can get frustrating as well when you feel like you've rose your game like Michael Huntley has. We look at his average for yesterday, it was 81.82. He averaged 80 in his opening game. He rose it to an 85.
97.
That wasn't enough. He's rose it again now to near enough the 93 mark. That's not enough. It's just, at the moment, the timing is all going wrong
100.
for Michael Huntley.
I mean, his averages dipped, slightly to the low 90s, but yeah, he's just looked good. He's just coming up against someone very inspired.
180.
And like I said, Patrick will have fancied when he's playing Michael. That's the problem Michael has right now. People are going to fancy the chances against him. They're going to relax a little bit more. They're not going to tighten up because they're playing Robbie
100.
King or Wesley. They're going to feel more relaxed, and this guy just continues to impress.
$57. $62.
And now
Patrick
he's in
Carr, 167.
big trouble of making it 8 played, 8 defeats. Being outscored once again, which has kind of been the theme for Michael Huntley
40.
across Monday and the first lap of fixtures today. The 127 and game
85.
would be for the
Patrick Carr,
127 game
127.
and the match.
Treble 20. Treble 19. They'll stay treble 16 because that treble 20 bed's covered there.
87. Michael Carr,
Plan B works.
154.
Well, stunning last start. And for Michael Huntley, it's looking... Oh, is it? I would have stayed on that treble 20, though it did leave the horrible double 17. You have to feel for him right now. Because Patrick Van den
98.
Bohaerde has
Patrick
been
Carr, 40.
absolutely brilliant in this game. 3 from 4 on the checkout, so you've got to fancy him on this tops. Well, he
Game
certainly
on the match,
fancied it
Patrick Van
because
den
that
Bogaert.
was a quality affair. Patrick Van den Bohaerde was absolutely sensational on the outer ring, and we don't often say that about him. 95.26 in the end, 80%. That 139 checkout was an absolute cracker. For Michael Huntley, he's just disappointed. He knew he played okay there, but just looked very dejected and disappointed at the end. It's going to be a tough week for him. For Patrick, the positives continue. It's Jared Cole up next against Wesley Plazier.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and what a thoroughly enjoyable game we saw before the break between Patrick van den Boegaarde and Michael Huntley. The Dutchman winning there 4-1, helped in part with a 1-3-9 finish as well, 4 out of 5 when it came to the finishing. Right, next up for us, it is Wesley Plazier back in action. He takes on Jared Cole. Plazier, who is looking to bounce back following defeat to Robbie King last time out. Watching this one in the booth, it's Glenn and Matt.
Yeah, thank you so much, Henry. Yeah, this is quite an intriguing game because Jared Cole now becomes a bit of a spoiler. Not a term I think I'd be using for Jared, but he's one of them games where he can turn and he can blitz the board. He can beat anybody in this group, anybody this week. And Wesley will not at this stage want to be played to, lost to after that disappointing 7-leg thriller against Robbie King. And I just think this is a potential banana skin here for Wesley. And once again, will need to be at his best. And I'm sure Robbie King will be thinking that he would love the chance to get a 4-point lead if Wesley loses here and Robbie King can get across the line against this also impressive John Henderson today.
Jared Cole's best performance yesterday was match number 3, 89.28. That was in victory. So he does like this time of day. A lot of dart players very keen on this time of day. Lunchtime.
Yeah, you see the energy bars, you see people start eating food round about the second or third game, keeping themselves, making sure. So you can understand why they peak round about the middle.
53.
To play at 9:30 in the morning, it's understandable you're not at your best. And when you've been in the venue 4 or 5, 6 hours, you understand when the last game can be a tough one. So the mid-games, you'd expect them to be at the best. As Jared Cole looks at 1-3-4. Again, they just kept it nice and simple. That's where he should have been first dart, in my opinion. But it leaves him a 2-darter. And Wesley's all the way back on 2-2-4.
60. Jared Yukar, 58.
Yeah, that's just sloppy. That's you already thinking of the double top. Instead of having 2 darts, it's just the one.
164.
This would be the steal of the century.
I was about to say a drama-free leg for Jared Cole.
139.
Is nearly talking about the steal, but that's
20.
drama in itself, seeing your opponent throw a dart at the ball. You'd have been aware very to the end of that throw. But it was still under threat.
Getting shot on the first leg.
He eventually gets over. A little bit of drama unwanted, but I did tell you in this game that I would bring you a little bit of news, something we didn't spot ourselves.
Second leg, Wesley, you throw first. Game on.
And I managed to have a little chat with Jared Cole on my way up to speak to Henry Deacon, and he says, "Did you notice I changed my darts?" He changed his darts for match number 2 of today. He then went up on that stage and averaged 94.44 after changing his darts. Now, these are the same dart. They've just got a little bit more colour on them. And he says he just wanted them to feel a little bit different. He just didn't like the feel and the wear. So he's just moved to a newer version, a newer set. And a little bit of colour, a bit of difference. Because it just looks different in the board on the eye. So a different set of darts for Jared. And since that, he's been getting quite a lot of success with that. It was Michael Huntley who beat 4-1 with the 94 average in the last game, and he's kicked off this one not too bad.
Yeah,
100. Wesley Peter Wright changed
the whole dynamic when it comes to changing darts. Maybe Phil Taylor as well, as Wesley looks at the 1-3-2 very sensibly. Ignoring the champagne shot with your opponent on 3-1-0. That smacks maturity. That's clever board management there.
85. Wesley Yukar, 40.
For a great post. Bends the wire, as you can see.
Getting shot on the second leg.
Beautiful leg of darts and the big Dutchman. Still going with throw.
Third leg, Jared, you throw first. Game on.
Feast or famine. That's how I'm going to assess Jared Cole after a day and a half. At times it looks
96.
all over the place and sometimes looks brutally brilliant. Just needs to work on that consistency.
57.
Because he makes the game look ridiculously easy at times. What's your assessment
81.
on Wesley Plazzi? I think you probably know him a little bit better than me. I've done a little bit of the WDF circuit like you've done, but how would you assess his day and a half so far?
140.
I want to say erratic, but I don't think it has been erratic. I think that's just because
100.
the expectations
Jared
high
Cole,
on him. You know, he's averaged
124.
88 and 89 today. There's nothing erratic about that. And yesterday his running average was 86 for the day.
92.
I just feel like there's more to come.
86. Jared Cole, 32. Getting shot on the third leg. Jared Cole. Fourth leg, Wesley to throw first. Game on. $96.
Everything going with throw so far. That's what you kind of expect when it comes to these sort of games.
119.
When you've got two sort of really level playing fields. You take something big, it's going to take one of those sort of 12
95.
to 15 dart ranges on those under 5 visit legs to get a breaker throw, you feel.
Yeah, I think Jared Cole that becomes like
60.
a real interest for me in Group B and C. Now, I think it's Group A's sort of gone for him now. I just think it becomes interesting in the rest
100.
of the week because when it comes like a Saturday night, it's more of a knockout basis. And like I said, because that inconsistency is there with him, if he plays his brilliant best, I know it's a silly thing to say, but it's just a
119.
case of him getting to Saturday night now, and he might need that Group B or C. And obviously, as we know, for people who watch the MODUS Super Series and all, getting to
86.
Group B is a little bit easier, 3 from 5 scenario. I still think he's got a huge part to play this week.
I still think he could play a big part in this group. You said he could
95.
potentially be the
Wesley Cole,
spoiler. I
124.
think he can still win this group. We are only coming into the sort of halfway point, whichever way round you look at it, the glass half full or empty. We're coming into fixture number 8 of 15.
81. Jared Cole, 108.
But he's got potential here to take points off the people above him, and he's still got another day of play to go.
I think he has to go unbeaten for the rest of today and tomorrow. And with
Game
darts
shot on
like
the
that,
fourth leg. Jared Cole.
with darts like that, young Jared Cole, you can prove me wrong because that is brilliant. With your opponent and sat on 43 and the score to 2-1, now you've become
Fifth
a
leg, Jared
monster
to throw
favourite
first.
in this
Game on.
game. And I think the biggest cheer I heard there was from Robbie King.
Robbie
45.
King coming up next against John Henderson, and there's an opportunity there for Robbie King to pull away at the top of the table. This is your live in-play table as it stands.
132.
If Plazier was to turn this game around, he could put himself on to 12 points, but he's going to have to win the next 3 legs. Robbie King then takes on John Henderson. Henderson could either put himself
60.
right in the mix and put himself right behind Robbie King, just a couple of points, and also that legs column would disappear. Or if Robbie King continues to do what he
132.
has been doing, we could see a bit of daylight at the top of the table.
Yeah, in other words, don't miss the next game. It's just getting to that pivotal
78.
moment, I feel. If Robbie King does get by John Henderson, who I think is just quietly but effectively getting on with the job today. I think it's
100.
surprising that we spoke so less about John and more about Wesley and certainly Robbie so far. And I think you'll quite enjoy that. I think it's a huge
58.
game coming up
Wesley
next.
Cole, 137. $37.
boy, a 180 would be nice here. You've got to fancy Wesley from here now.
44.
He's already given
Wesley
up on the
Carl,
leg.
100.
That's clear. And for Wesley, nice little two-darter. Very interesting. It's a break of throw here. It's been a very
84.
disappointing leg from Jared Cole.
I think that's the disappointing thing about you saying as well. At the end, they're giving up on the leg. The leg he threw first in. You've just got to be there just to hope, but he's filling it up.
140.
Just
Wesley Carl, 16.
a little bit frustrating to watch because he's so good. So why is the inconsistencies there he needs to think about? That's not nice. The way the angle of them darts is, and all of a sudden now. And that's why you should never give up on a leg, Jared Cole. You maybe threw a dart away. Now you've got the opportunity of 76 for the match. And the connotation of this group, and there's that disappointing throw there. You don't need me to tell you. He's shaking his head. He's letting you know exactly how he feels about that. That's a mess.
56. Wesley Carl, 16.
Very messy darts, and we don't mean Lionel. But Wesley also made a bit of a mess of this last time. That can be a bit awkward. He's got the bottom end of the bed. Had to come to the right to open it up, and that is 6 darts missed. It could be the last ones he throws here, as Jared Cole could play himself into contention.
Maybe Matt was right. Maybe I've written off this man too early. This is not nice, 5-5, but it is now.
Match, Jared Cole.
He holds his hands up to apologise there, but inside he's absolutely buzzing. That's a big win. The smile still on the face of Wesley Plazier there, but he'd be really disappointed the way the past hour's gone. And just look at the checkout ratio there for Wesley. That's the thing that will hurt. 1 from 9. He actually had more darts at a double in that game than Jared Cole. Jared Cole, feast or famine is my assessment for there. Looks absolutely brilliant at times and then shows some fatalities just a little bit. But the 108 was the big success. Is Jared Cole on the move? Don't miss the next game. Robbie King against John Henderson.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Jared Cole got the better of Wesley Plaisir by 4 legs to 1. That now means a second defeat in quick succession for the Dutchman, and it means that Robbie King, in action now against John Henderson, has the opportunity to open up a 4-point gap at the top of the table. As a Henderson winning this one, and 3 players will be separated by just 2 points, and all to be to play for in the final couple of rounds of matches. Glenn and Matt are watching this.
Yeah, thank you so much, Henry. Pivotal moment for me, this one. I think it's a really important game. Can John Henderson really get back in the mix? And can this man in your picture take a 4-point lead? And the way he's playing, that 4-point could be absolutely huge. John Henderson just quietly but effectively just got on with the job today. Once again, opened up fantastically well.
Robbie to throw first.
All that experience of being a World Cup champion. All that experience of playing in the Premier League against Michael van Gerwen, which is his second best moment in sport, and all those big wins that he's had. Can he use that experience again? A man who's probably walking on air right now in Robbie
100.
King. He has got that little bit of confidence, a little bit of that controlled arrogance that I like. And he's looking good. How do you pick a winner
83.
here, Matt?
Normally, in this, I would say with a coin. And what you'd do is you'd flip it up in the air. And then when it lands,
140.
Can we go best 2 out of 3? And then when it lands again, you'd go, can we go best of 5? It is actually a psychological trick, though, that if you're undecided
100.
between 2 items, you want to flick a coin. Not because the coin will make the decision for you, but while the coin is up in the air, twisting and turning, there'll be a split second that you will prefer one outcome to come more than the other.
You live and learn. Sat in this seat, here to the MODUS Super Series.
100. Robbie O'Carr, 136.
So 6 darts and 136. So his first thoughts are at least setting up. He's going to do that. 61 left. He doesn't need to panic by going for the 25 because potentially could hit the bull. And that was just a bit of...
Sorry, 93.
Yeah, it was just a bit of a hitty-missy dart there. And all he can do is put some pressure on the 43, but just get the feeling wherever he does here, you fancy Robbie to finish.
100. Robbie O'Carr, 43.
It has been a good strong point for him, especially in that last game. 4 from 5 on the doubles. That was against a big hitter as well in Wesley Plaisir.
Robbie O'Carr, 118.
Yeah, and Wesley might have watched them 2 darts going in, which is more misses that he had against Wesley. And Hendo be thinking, just give me a treble 20 for a dart, a double 19.
80.
I thought
Robbie
that was going to be a
20.
big moment. Once again, Robbie wasn't looking and probably doesn't even realise that John had a dart or a double. Just the focus is on that double 10. Doesn't want to slide into the big 10. Looks a good marker. Just the way his barrels are. Yeah, it's a toughie.
10.
Just a little
John
bit of
O'Carr,
tension
38.
creeping into the game there for Robbie, because when you're at the top of the table, expectation, everyone wants a piece of you.
Shot on the first
Hendo's
leg.
straight
John
in that
Henderson.
double 19. Just remember that moment.
He's also playing the guy with the reputation in this group, the guy who he knew at the start of play yesterday.
Something like John to throw first. Game on.
Big John Henderson, known all around the world.
Yeah, it was 4-2 to Robbie King in this game yesterday. Both, again, average mid-80s. You could sense that just a little bit of tension when Robbie played that game. We'd spoken an awful lot of how free, how fluid Robbie had played that day. But there was just something when he stepped up on the hockey with John Henderson. And I think he realised, I mean, when the caption came up of the group table, you know, the players do have a TV in the area that can see exactly what's going on. And I think he probably worked out that this was a big opportunity, and you know, you've just got to focus on the next dart. And John Henderson has just taken control of this game, and for the neutral, it makes this group A very, very interesting if John can get over the line in this game.
138.
It will also bring Jared Cole into proceedings as well. Someone that I said, I don't think it's time to put him in as a spoiler yet. He could still come out and win this one.
180. John O'Carr, 160.
Full house there for Robbie King for the 9th time this week. Might not be effective.
140.
It's not too little. It's the biggest thing you can do, but it might certainly be too late.
Yeah, every time we've asked a question of Robbie, he's had
95.
answers.
John Lucar, 20.
One of the biggest questions of all, because Endo is averaging over 105 of them. I mean, he won't after these darts. He'll just want to go 2-0 ahead, which he does
leg. John
with
Henderson.
real aplomb. But Endo's 16 darter and a 14 darter for that beautiful 100.20 average, which many players sort of see as the real benchmark.
Third leg, Robert
there.
through first. Game on.
Using his towel there, the Scottish flag, all that inspiration that you need in them couple of seconds break. And for Robbie, the biggest question of all is right
96.
now, if he can come back in this game, then for me, he is the real deal. I can go on and really win this group. You then get the questions, does Robbie King, he just seems to love the game so much. He's asking about local competitions and everything. Is he the type of guy that would want a couple of days off by winning Group A?
No. I think he'd still say, can
140.
I come and play in this group as well, please? Can we make Group B a 6-player group this week? He even asked if he could play in a competition Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, there's an ADC here at Portsmouth, isn't there? I don't know if it's full already.
60.
Like I said, the ADC competitions in my beloved North East, they are filling up, I'm not joking, in 2 or 3 minutes. So you can get to a stage where we're getting a couple of pubs on the same night within a radius of 10 miles, which are filling up with the 24 players, all because of this carrot, what you're watching right now.
135.
Big shout out to Luke Getty. I noticed he was in the list of players for this week. He was in Middlesbrough
100.
recently for the ADC competition, and we met up. Even the commentators are making friends here in the live lounge.
98.
Nice
Robbie
setup
Lucar,
there for
108.
Hendo again. And 108. Options on 108. I think he prefers the 19s. He needs the treble. He can't set up. And John Henderson. Do you remember when we were talking about Robbie King, who was so fluent on that 72 finish, 74 and 64? He's another one. It's going to be one dart or a double. Is it going to be for a massive 3-0 lead?
48. Robbie Lucar, 52.
You had to squint to see it was a well-thrown dart, just the wrong side of the wire. This is a big, big moment. This is the get your red pen out moment. Things in red pen are important.
42.
That is an important miss because, once again, he's had opportunities to hold his throw. John Henderson is to break here. It won't be just because of his brilliance.
10.
It would have been because of the missed opportunities of King, but he does get more.
I was just beginning to think we haven't had a 4-0 yet.
Game shot on the third leg.
How incredible it would have been if it was Robbie King who was going to be on the 0 there, but he gets by. He holds his hand out there. I always find that very interesting. I always find that very psychological as well. It's just a right smart from Henders just to say, put their hand down. Takes a great man after losing a leg he should win to just really put that 99. To one side. That's the big part of having a real positive mindset. Those players who can forget about missed doubles and realise that you're 2-1 up and you've got the throw.
98.
You ever apologise for winning a leg, Glenn?
The one I won at the World Seniors this year. No, possibly. Like I said, I always found it a good opportunity just to maybe wind somebody up or something.
134.
No, I think I watched a lot of commentary over the years, whether it was, why should you apologise? It's... So I can't think of
140.
I did celebrate a leg that I didn't win once.
59. John Lucar, 122.
Treble 18. And he went for the 20s there because I just realised there that Robbie's on 2-1-0. So no
82.
need. So just like a golfer, all he's done there is just lay it up. Just lay just before the green. Because if you give 3 darts at John Henderson at tops...
96.
I'm
John
sure
Lucar,
8 times out of 10. He'll take that.
That is a perfect invitation
the
there for
leg.
John Henderson. The way the dart's just lying in the board. He's completely outscoring Robbie King in this one. Near enough a 10-point difference in the averages.
Fifth leg, Robbie to third first.
Yeah,
Game
the
on.
fact that Michael Huntley sat on 0 points, you know, the 1 to 5 now are really crunching up if John Henderson gets over the line in this one. This
60.
was a big opportunity for Robbie King to really kick on. Robbie's next game, you've got to fancy him against Michael Huntley, and his final game will be against
95.
whatever Jared Cole turns up. So you probably would have fancied his chances to win the next two, and gone 9 out of 10. This just makes this group very interesting. And the moving Tuesday
44.
is all about John Henderson.
You always feel with a player like John Henderson, he's always capable of in any group of running through the cards
120.
and picking up the 5 from 5. Right now he's picking up his darts off the floor. 120 floor scored.
140.
Yeah, 1 from 8. Robbie King on the outer ring, but to be fair, I think he's been outscored in all aspects of this game. John Hendo just
58.
averaging just mid-90s now after that trebleless visit.
$140.
This is just a whole throw for Robbie. He does have to break John if he's going to win this game. But he is only 1 break behind.
40.
And he's got
Robbie
6 starts and 117.
117.
So as you can see, he's just looking over at the scoreboard there. He's just on the left-hand side of the stage. Just assessing it. No panic because his opponent's on 188 and
57.
he leaves a 2-darter.
$44. Robbie Wakar 60.
And tops. Area of the board, he's had some good
James
success.
Shaw
He
on the fifth
continues
leg.
that
Robbie King.
success and keeps himself well and truly in this match. John Henderson will need to get this wrapped up soon because when the games go quite long, Robbie King tends to come out on top. He's picked up a
Sixth leg,
couple
John
of
to
4-3
third
victories
first.
today so far.
I just think these 3 darts here are really important. And that's a sign of a real champion.
121.
And Robbie King, what are you made of? You need a minimum 2 trebles here.
43.
Some comeback from here. Advantage Hendo.
You feel it'll be some comeback, but it'll be a comeback that has to start with a John Henderson mistake
100.
rather than a moment of brilliance for Robbie King, because that's kind of been wrestled out of his hands already. Even a maximum only puts him on par. So this is all about
100.
John. This is all about what can be produced. And he just keeps finding a treble each visit,
96.
which doesn't give Robbie King any way into this match.
60.
6 darts on 184. It's looking very much at John Henderson. He's going to go on to 10 points.
54.
3 from 3 of the day. But that was not what he wanted. A small glimmer of opportunity. You felt he needed a max there. He's had
56. John Wakar
opportunities there. He
130.
hasn't taken them. And Hendo, 130. He doesn't need the bullseye, so you look at treble 10. All he's thinking of there is he possibly doesn't want his last dart to be going over that treble 20 for the fear of busting. So you might see him move across the off and be very safe, right in the middle. Job done really for Hendo, and as we've said, when he's left with tops, we fully expect him to hit that.
48. John Wakar
Robbie
40.
King will not be dislodged at the top of the table, but he's going to be getting challengers coming in behind him.
20.
We said that if he is to get back into this game, it's going to need mistakes from John Henderson. There's the first one. Now he's doing his part, but he's still reliant on another John Henderson mistake.
98. John Wakar 20.
Just double checks the score of Robbie King there. And it's no
Game shot in
mistakes
the
this
match,
time from John
Henderson.
Henderson. Very patient performance, very professional performance from John Henderson. Very just getting on with his job. He's played 3-1-3 today, being absolutely delighted with that. Moving Tuesday is all about John Henderson today. 89.12, very solid, 4 from 14. He'd be over the moon with that big win. And some questions to be asked about Robbie King. How will he bounce back from that? But next up, it's Jared Cole against Patrick van den Bohade.
This is the MODUS Super Series. 182.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilley, and 4-2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
Very warm welcome back, where the Highlander continues his great vein of form. John Henderson, 4-2 victor against Robbie King. This is what we've seen so far today. It is a clean sweep for the Scottish ace as of yet. Well, this is what we've seen so far today. That's how it correlates in terms of the table. And things really are bunching up now, as you can see. 2 points separating the top 3 players, but by the end of this game, we can make that 2 points separating the top 4, because the winner of this one between Jared Cole and Patrick van den Bohade will move on to 10 points and move within touching distance of Robbie King at the summit. Watching this one, Glenn and Matt.
Thank you so much, Henry. And I written this guy off maybe an hour ago. And my co-commentator, Matthew Edgar, said, I think you're just a little bit hasty on that one, Glenn. I still think there's plenty of time. He's not a spoiler. He can still win Group
First leg,
A.
Jared to throw first.
Win there for John Henderson over Robbie King, as Henry alluded to, has really bunched up the group. And I think that belief is just becoming into this man's game now. But he mustn't overlook this brilliant young man from Holland,
58.
Patrick van den Bohade, who has been very, very good. I can't think of a real better superlative than that. Is real FDM, that real, when the first start goes, you expect
100.
a big score from him, and very solid, very straight, and also getting the belief. So two players that want to just interrupt that top three and just get involved a little bit.
100.
And once again, a very interesting, a difficult match to call.
I'm becoming a bit of a fan of Jared Cole, though, as this goes on. I've just got
85.
that feeling, that little vibe from him, that he's going to be making a little bit of a move very soon. I did sort of get that feeling at the start of the day as well. That if anyone was going to be it, it was going to be Jared, but it's been John Henderson, the man who's gone 3 from 3. Jared Cole lost to John Henderson in his opening game of the day, but then it's been all good from there. A change of equipment, a change of darts, a different feel, a different vibe. He's been averaging 90 since changing to this set of darts.
133.
Yeah, want to leave a 2-dart finish.
100. Jared O'Carr, 110.
Again, I quite like the 25 on that last dart there. Just the one treble needed on the 110. Can't do it.
58.
Decision to be
Patrick
made
O'Carr,
for
91.
Bohada. Is it bull or treble 17? And sometimes as a player, you can change your mind. He's being aggressive. He's being direct. He's giving himself a little bit of time to compose. The double 10.
71. Jared O'Carr, 52.
Width of a wire. Is the tide turning for Jared Cole? This was his nemesis yesterday.
Game shot in the first
Today he's
leg. Jared Cole.
corrected those wrongs. Whether he's done that in preparation, and whether that's just the extra grip on the dart, whether it's just a change in mentality of throwing the dart, where all of a sudden Jared Cole,
Saying like Patrick
much
to
to the
first.
credit of my
Game on.
co-commentator, is just beginning to put his head above the parapet and say, hello, I want to be part of this group here, and I want to have something to play for tomorrow.
125.
He'll certainly be in the conversation for Group B places.
85.
But I think for Jared, he'll be wanting to be top in these groups. I mentioned earlier on, he is one of the most experienced players in the MODUS Super Series. He's appeared 6
92.
times, only bettered by Andy Jenkins.
Maybe that's why he didn't panic as well. And I think one thing about panic is Robbie King
90.
will be delighted that he can correct that wrong. Like I said, I'm getting so many Aussies. The latest being Corin Hammond as well, who's a regular in the comms box here at the MODUS Super Series. Also cheering on Robbie King, so he's got an awful lot of support if he is watching these back later.
45.
There's
Patrick
that
O'Carr,
feast or famine,
104.
that beautiful leg of darts from Jared Cole. After 9 darts, this man, no panic. That's what I like there. And that's why he hit the treble 19. He didn't sulk, he didn't shake his head. He just got on with the job.
69.
And despite all the nice words, he then missed the big number.
$131. Patrick O'Carr, 35.
Leaves himself the 3 balls.
Game shot in the
He's not
second
gonna get an
leg. Patrick
opportunity
Van
to go
den Boogaard.
anyway at the 150 finisher. 14 darter there from Patrick. Levels up the game. And we're going to have another one of those
Third leg challenge through
closely
first. Game on.
contested matches here, where you would say if there's going to be a breaker throw, it's going to be more down to a moment
100.
of brilliance. And it's just about timing that at the right moment against the opponent's throw. And that just looks like a written invitation.
140.
Does, doesn't it? Like I said, if I could technically show someone how to throw a dart, I think
99.
a lot of the things I like, maybe not what Matt likes or other people who look at people's throws and give advice, but so much he does right, and I just think he can
96.
go away thinking, thank you for the opportunity, MODUS Super Series, but boy, have I learned so much more about myself. That me game, despite the fact I'm not playing as regular as I once was, is very much
58.
still there. Just go downstairs on 265. Just based on the reasons where even another single,
95.
even another single leaves a finish, and that's, once again, superb board management. That also tells me he's thinking, not panicking.
44. Patrick Car 170.
This would be ironic because this is the finish that Jared Cole took out yesterday.
129.
And it hit back against him.
He decided to lay up instead. Oh, sorry, he went for it. Sorry.
$140. Patrick Car 41.
He's a bit of pressure. He's been very good on the double 16. I really like that. Look at the eyes. Never took his eyes off double 16 once. But the
9.
execution and that
Patrick Car
starts for
60.
you. Just one side of the way, done everything right that I liked. But just the execution, the moment. Does have to move, because that's not right. I had to move the other side there, but just maybe you can see the way it's lying better than I can. Once again, there's the reset. Both players demonstrating that.
50.
There's the width
Patrick
of the
Car
wire mat.
32.
Thought the opportunity might have gone there for Patrick. I said 5 visits or less would be the break moment that is needed. A mistake from
Getting shot on the
Jared
third
Cole
leg.
is
Patrick Van den
punished.
Boogaard.
And Patrick Van den Boogaard breaks the throw. Takes the lead in this one, and that will really put him into contention in the
Both
league
Patrick
table
to
as well.
first
The winner
game
of this really is still in it, whereas you fear for the loser, they're going to start losing touch with that top position.
Yeah, I saw Patrick earlier, who's trying to give me some
100.
Dutch pronunciation on his name. Patrick Van den Boogaard. I went Boogaard. Very tough, the Dutch language. Isn't it the
55.
most difficult one to learn, did I read? A lot of...
I'm terrible with other languages, so I think they're all tough to me, really. I've hardly mastered English yet, to be fair.
That was my
57.
next response, to be fair. Yeah, despite all the time I spent in Holland, that's the brief, I think, is the only one.
83.
A couple of words I shouldn't know.
Glenn said to me once in Holland, he says, I'm going to pop out and try the local cuisine. I says, what you having? He says, a kebab.
81.
Trying to think, the Dutch Open, little pub that we used to go to was maybe 20 minutes away. I went with Steve and Bunt, and we reached the last 64 as you talked about. Now it was over in 2 days. So I did the job on day 1 and then went to this place where they did some apple shots or something like that, or toffee apple shots. Needless to say, I lost in the last 64 next day.
68.
Lesson learned. Don't go out with Steve and Bunton.
$94.
Though the scoreboard doesn't reflect it, Patrick could still be in firm control of this leg.
Yeah, I totally agree, Matt. I think, and certainly this is great stuff. And once again, just beautiful board management. He'll take that.
135. Jared Car 134.
Take that in a sense that it leaves that 2 data. And once again, he likes that 17's route.
56.
Big moments in
Patrick
this
Car
match.
60.
Big moments so far have all gone the way of Patrick. A little bit awkward. Didn't like the way that was. It almost felt a bit too close to the double, but he's got a nice clean
50.
open bed.
Jared
And he
Car
returns the
78.
favour to Jared Cole, who wasn't able to convert in the last leg.
Yes, if I was rating Patrick this week, would be lots of 8s and 9s out of 10. But finishing,
58.
it's been the weakness
Patrick
for
Car
both
10.
players this week. Patrick would be delighted to come back, but 10 is... There'll be thoughts on 2-4-4. It's gone
Game shot on
direct,
the fourth leg.
direct
Patrick Van den
right
Boogaard.
in the middle of that 5-5. That's a real quality dart. Again, I'm saying the more simplistic thing, but the difference between 2-2 and 3-1
Jared to
in
throw
the best
first,
of
game
7 is massive. The positives for Jared. If it does go the distance, he'll have the throw twice in the 3
100.
legs. So he has to have the mindset of hold my own throw in here and then break the next leg. He mustn't look at that 3-1 score and think it's too far away. He's only 1 break behind.
45.
And for Patrick, he potentially could be already thinking of the next leg. That's how dart players work when you open up with a 45 score. But the fact that Jared's gone trebleless there. And as we know, when the first one goes in, oh, that's unlucky.
80.
Desperately unlucky, that second dart.
To really emphasise the fact of the amount of doubles these guys missed yesterday. Between Jared Cole and Patrick van den Boogaard, they missed 107 darts at a double between the pair. If I look at the missed doubles that happened with the rest of the group, 4
60.
different players, add those
161.
missed doubles together, it's 101. They missed 6 darts at a double more than the rest of the group.
102.
Now that's a stat. Oh, another selfie.
134.
Say cheese.
Dadayuka, 59.
What do you mean you want to filter, Hinksy? Not a chance. We're seeing you warts and all. Jared Cole looks at 59.
Good job it wasn't you, Glenn. You'd have wanted a 5er as well.
I would have definitely tripped up as well. No, for selfie. I only charge $7.50 for a selfie. It's a tenner for a photo.
55. Dadayuka, 20.
The Bank of Glen as Jared Cole looks at double 10. Creeping closer. I'll tell you where he's thrown from about 9 foot there.
10.
That's where the disappointment's coming from.
127.
And the most famous finish of them all of Mr. Hinks. 127 in game. Are we going to get it in this match? Treble 19. Wow.
79. Dadayuka, 10.
Another opportunity here for Jared Cole to keep himself in this match. He's chose for a split, and that wouldn't have been too much of a settler there. Right on the wire. More opportunities
48.
gone, and that might be the last one of them all.
Well, he does prefer the 16s, Beber. He will be looking at 8 and 16. You've got to be prepared that you may hit the 8, but very direct.
$16.
Again, just the wire again. Tail of the tail for Patrick. 21 darts being thrown in this match. That will frustrate him because as he walked up in this leg, you offered him 21 darts to win it. He'd taken it, but Jared Cole, that does. But that'll be a momentum change because Patrick now is throwing for the match. And Jared's sole strategy right now is break and hold.
6-leg Patrick to throw first. Game on.
Jared put his darts down on the case. I thought that was a symbol of him giving up, and then he picked them back up again after Patrick hit the big 16.
28.
Be very happy with that. He'll be chomping at the bit to get to the board here, and needs a big treble to really
55.
make use of that mistake from Patrick.
And for the people who back in play there, I mean, there was a moment there where he said Jared has become favourite for the game. That 55
96.
score didn't do him any favours. There's nothing really. Just about the 70 points in it. Feast or famine call.
180.
45, 55, 180. Yeah, the disappointment there is because the first dart is just absolutely perfect for him.
70.
There was a lot of body movement in that one.
Starting to find
125.
great recovery there as well. was a bit of a loose one, dart 2. Didn't rush, didn't panic.
100.
And this could be the breaker throw that he needs. He's going to get 6 darts here at 141 to take us all the way.
$105.
Jared Cole is now favourite for this match.
$95.
It's a different double that he's going for, but it's a double that dart players really like, especially right-handed.
Game shot on the 6th leg. Jared Cole.
In the middle. Jared Cole probably thought his game was done and dusted in that previous leg. It's 3-3. Andy has the
7th and
darts.
final leg. Jared, you through first. Game on.
He has become big odds-on favourite now to get this one wrapped up.
$96.
That's the tail of the tape for me. Once again, missed darts, missed opportunities for both players, may I add. Now really it's about that bottle of that last leg
58.
decider. And Cole has taken a very early lead.
That's all it comes down to in these situations, isn't it? A bit of bottle and just making sure on your first 3 visits that you can just register a treble on each occasion. You do that, you keep the advantage of throw in your hands. Instead, you've now got to pay attention to what your opponent's doing.
59.
Been trying to work out who Patrick van den Bohade looks like. George Russell from the F1.
$100.
Patrick needs a ton. Minimum.
$100.
That was a really important last dart. Sensible way to go.
133.
You feel Patrick needs to fill this up. And that small one. Your brain has let go of the dart. You've kept hold of it.
115. Jared, your car 141.
And you could see him just throwing the dart, and that's when they usually go in the little ones there. Just that timing of release. And Jared is in full control of this game right now.
41.
Oh, is he?
That's where he'd have really wanted the treble, try and leave something a little bit more handy. This is a big visit.
57.
And again, unable to find the treble.
100.
Very nervy, edgy finale to this, which can be understandable because you'd say the loser of this match could be losing their position here in this Group A table. 2 match darts been and gone for Jared Cole. The man who's took out more ton plus finishes than anybody this week.
And very nearly bust his scores. The only positive I can take for that double 10. Could go treble 18 here. But he's having to move right across for treble 20. I like the treble 18, double 19 on that one where you've got the full bet to aim for. Over to you, Jared Cole.
I like the way he just stood at the back of the stage, staring out into the abyss.
Game shot in the match.
Turns up and gets the victory. That's a hat-trick of wins now for Jared Cole. He lost his opener, and it's been good since he changed his darts over to the darts we're seeing right now. 3 wins from 3, and that does give him some confidence in the equipment. The trouble reappeared itself on the outer ring, but it was enough to get the victory and keep himself in the running as he goes joint 2nd in the table on points. Coming up next, the man top of the table, Robbie King, takes on Michael Huntley.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Jared Cole came back from 3-1 down to get the better of Patrick van der Buhada by 4 legs to 3 in a decider. It means he's now won his last 3 matches. As for Robbie King, well, he's looking to get himself back into the winner's enclosure. He takes on Michael Huntley, who is still awaiting that first win of the group. It's a bookending battle now here at the Super Series, and watching this one in the commentary box is Matt and Glenn.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, I think Robbie King will be absolutely delighted to be back on this stage so soon after that disappointing defeat over John Henderson. He can right those wrongs very, very quickly. But this might you have to feel for. He's still sat on them dreaded 0 points, and he's had real moments where he's had opportunities,
45.
a couple of 4-3 defeats, and like I said, when you get that losing feeling, it's very, very difficult to sort of overcome. And
39.
there can be no sentiment from the players, no feeling sorry for anybody. You know, Robbie King has just got to get up there and do a job, and not to underestimate this guy.
137.
We know Michael Huntley's got the game and he's got the quality. Got through that.
81.
World Seniors qualifier. Had a good game with Keith Deller at the Circus Tavern.
78.
Thought he was going to turn that one around. I don't think he's going to be able to turn this group around, but he ended up, Keith Deller ran away with that game. Michael Huntley brought it back and just wasn't able to complete the task. He's not going to be able to turn this group around, but what that does give us, and we can draw from that game with Keith Deller at the Circus Tavern, is a little bit of fighting spirit.
135.
Yeah, it seemed to go on forever, that game. It was, you know, the disappointment was evident on Michael Huntley, and it went from one way to the other. But still
60.
his best moment in darts, just to be there.
106.
You want to be back again. He's playing tremendous in the qualifiers at the seniors. Looks at treble 18 for double 16. When he wants a double,
90.
he usually hits it. One thing I've learned about the MODUS Super Series matters when it's the bookend match,
137.
top against bottom. The expectation that the guy at the top wins.
Game shot of the first
so
leg.
many times where the guy at the bottom just produces a little bit of magic, produces his best game of the week. So never write off that man in your picture.
Especially when we look at the World Seniors Darts Tour. Michael Huntley
100
on the ranking list is actually number 2. The second best player on the World Seniors Darts Tour. That's the
95.
The floor events. Only beaten by Colin McGarry. When you look at some of the people on that list, like Richie Howson, who's been doing very well on that tour, Matt Clark, who's won weeks down here, Darren Johnson, Andy Jenkins, all successful here at the Super Series, all behind this man.
100. 85.
Nice and focused, this King. Hasn't panicked after losing that first leg.
140. Robbie O'Carr, 136.
6 starts from here. And just one treble, he'd be thinking now. He's got it, so he can lay up.
88.
Just a little bit lazy, a little bit quick. It's not like him. He does the simple things very, very well.
81. Robbie O'Carr, 48.
He's averaging just shy of 100. He'd be just begging for a chance. You don't often get many against this guy.
On the second leg, Robbie King.
Those 2 dart combinations, you just feel every time he's close to it, he's going to ping that. Michael Huntley had a wry smile in his last game when he played Patrick van den Bohada, because
back to third first,
just
game on.
playing out of his skin. And it was a real case of they're all doing it against me. And possibly a little bit of deja vu.
55.
As Robbie smashing that 48. Robbie just says to himself, come on. I think he identifies this as a real opportunity.
81.
I'm going to further give some more credit to Michael Huntley, just so backers at home know to be wary. At some point you may get stung if the tactic is to keep going against
64.
Michael Huntley. On the Seniors Tour, where Michael plays his darts, he has a win percentage rate of 72.
100.
Got 100% lose rate here at the moment, but that, with that sort of percentage, you feel has to change.
125.
Yeah, I mean, I know what it's like when you get on a losing run. It's very, very tough, and it's more of a mind thing. It's telling you negative things all the time. It's telling you you're not
60.
good enough. You forget how to get over that winning line. Like you said, it's such a small room to walk back on. It's not a word you sort of associate with dart shows. You've got that embarrassment of going back when you've played 7, lost 7. And then all of a sudden you start trying too hard.
65.
He's not playing bad. I mean, he's had some good averages today. He's averaging again over 90 here. But once again, so's his opponent.
95.
Lovely first start. Nice angle as well on the dart.
84.
But there's that snatchy sort of...
Exactly what I was about to say. The first dart, he threw. The second dart, it's as if 90% of the way, he pulls his arm back. That's the only way I'm trying to explain.
95.
Why do I say
Michael
this? Because
Carr,
it's how I throw a dart right now. It's just a little bit of fear, just right at the end.
100.
Beautiful
Robbie Carr,
last dart.
70.
This is where Robbie King, and the reason why he's still top of the group, around this area, he's been absolutely brilliant. He's only going to get a dart or a double. Besides, it was double 16, but again,
38.
he's missed the big number. That's
Michael
twice now
Carr,
for
8.
Robbie. Because already you're thinking of that final dart. Oh, Michael has been sensational on doubles. Will that trend
No score.
continue?
Robbie Carr, 32.
Well, he's hit a double. It's just the wrong one. He's bust the score. And Robbie King does not need too many invitations. That's why the man's top of the table.
24.
But a
Michael
missed
Carr, 8.
opportunity, a rare missed opportunity. And a rare opportunity here for Michael Huntley to get himself into the lead.
Game shot on the
Well,
third
a little
leg.
bit
Mike
of luck
Huntley.
sometimes you need in darts, and I would say Michael Huntley's had 0 so far. I think he's trying to apologise. I wouldn't. People have sort of done things against you this week, Michael.
4-5 Robbie to third first. Game on.
This is the area where, whether it's concentration, I wouldn't be showing that demeanour right now. If anything, I would, I'd bounce back from the,
100.
Make your opponent think.
Well, there'll be a lot of thinking going on right now. Specifically from Patrick van der Boogaard, Jared Cole, Wesley Plazier and John
45.
Henderson, because they'll be wanting Michael Huntley to complete the job. Michael Huntley was to win this one. This would open this group wide open. It would
60.
be safe to say that the winner of Henderson and Plazier would most likely be top of the table.
7-2 this morning, John Henderson, for people who follow him. And
26.
these, sorry for harping on about the same things, but it's usually around about leg 4 where Michael, whether it's a concentration thing or whether he's beginning to see a
41.
finishing line, where he's beginning to think of winning, he has to strip that back and get back to basics. Nice straight first dart. I don't mind that. Now attack the treble. That's the dart. And again,
100.
keep it simple. I like them. I like 2 of those 3 darts there, Matt.
$140.
If you're a Michael Huntley fan, you wouldn't have liked much about those 3 darts, though. Robbie King really
60.
taking advantage of
Robbie
his
Carr,
throw here.
160. $60. $100. Robbie Carr, 100.
Just keeps him in the leg.
Game
the
shot on
man
the
is
fourth
quality.
leg, Robbie
The
King.
man I'm just sitting back and watching. And just when you begin to doubt him, he's not playing at his best, you feel, in this game. You know, the underdog is playing well.
Fifth leg, Mike to throw
And
first.
then he
Game
just
on.
pings that 100. And sometimes you don't always have to beat your best. Sometimes you just have to win ugly.
81.
Mike has to hang in right now because you don't want this man to get on a roll.
140.
There's the reaction, the grit.
$100.
Huntley doing the right things, a treble a throw. That's what you need to do on the darts. Try and get down for that potential
60.
15 darter and force your opponent to do it in 4 visits.
I know there should be no bias in the commentary, but you just want this guy to do, you know, to get on the board.
100.
And like I said, for the neutrals, a win here for Huntley. The group just absolutely bunches up, and what a finale we'd have. What a day we'd have
60.
tomorrow. But players who've won Group A, those 2 days off, they haven't sort of used it correctly.
45.
I never think it's the be-all or end-all of winning Group A. It's great to put yourself into Saturday night, but you'd always fancy your chances in Group B. The only difference this week is Group B is going to be stacked. Group C
45.
is going to be stacked. There's some tremendous players entering the fray this week. And what I would say to everyone, just get to Saturday, win the group, and just manage the next 2 days better.
45.
I've won a Group A before, and I spent 2 days laid in bed in my underpants playing Football Manager.
Oh, crikey.
58.
I was just about
Mike
to
O'Carr,
tie in chips there.
130.
To wash down your kebab.
$82. Robbie O'Carr, 138. $86.
Now, come on, Michael. These are the moments now.
Mike O'Carr,
These are
48.
the opportunities. You know what your strengths are.
Game shot on the
Is
fifth leg. Mike
absolutely
Huntley.
fantastic. He's playing a guy absolutely inspired this week. He's sat on 0 points. He's playing the guy who's top of the table. And I'm absolutely delighted for Michael
Six leg
Huntley
Robbie
there.
to
I'm a big
first,
fan
game
of
on.
Robbie King. I think we've spoken so much about how good this guy is.
140.
It wouldn't surprise me now if Robbie kicks in with a 12 and 15 data to win it, but that just shows a little bit of steely determination against this, because this guy is better than played 8,
85.
lost 8. Matt's already talked about his stats and the seniors right now. We know what he can do. It's just when you get that losing feeling, and I just think
100.
it could benefit him going into Group C. He's the better player than what you've actually witnessed this week. He's just hanging on there in this leg.
100.
Probably he's thinking, I've got the dart in the last leg.
He has gone quite close in a couple
100.
of games. That was yesterday, game number 3 and game number 5. But he's not had many darts at the doubles. That has been his problem, the scoring. But
96.
he's starting to
Robbie O'Carr,
find that.
161.
He found it quite a lot in the last game, averaged 91. He's giving himself opportunity.
137.
Unlikely to be opportunity in this leg. Robbie King nearly
45.
double
Robbie
12
O'Carr,
after 12.
24.
And that's just what I said he can do. Look at the determination there. That's what you need.
12.
Michael was probably already thinking of the final leg. That's what he's doing there. He's just tapped his head there. He could have left himself a finish, but like I say, his mind is on the next leg. Because he doesn't expect Robbie
59.
to miss.
Robbie
That is
O'Carr,
quite
12.
simply. I'm partly thinking, well, I'm glad that wasn't me opening 3 darts of the final leg, but this is getting difficult. This is getting interesting.
6.
Michael Huntley is going to have a chance for the match. Now, his last 6 darts could have been so much better. 45 and 59. He has to forget that now and just think, give me a treble. That treble has to be now. What a dart. Come on, Michael.
80. Robbie requires 6.
This is tricky. You've got to go aggressive on the first dart. You can't go safe. You'll put a dart in the way that his darts stand. He's going to have to try and play around that now. He does so perfectly. A fantastic dart there from Robbie King. And it takes us all the way to a decider. But for the first time this week, Michael Huntley has had a match dart.
7 the final leg, Mike to throw first. Game on.
That was a sarcastic sort of arms in the air, but what a second dart that was, because double threes never. And if he was aggressive, where if he hits the
60.
big 3, Michael's going to have darts of the match. And he's gone dry on the first 3 darts. This guy usually punishes.
96.
Happy with that. 40 ahead. This is better. Another treble.
140.
We alluded to that game he played when he played Keith Deller at the World Championship and said he's shown good fighting spirit. Across that match, he's starting to show that same fighting spirit here.
140.
Just love the responses from Robbie King. Very controlled aggression. He's got all the characteristics, all the
60.
attributes to be a great player. There must be so many in Australia, because every player that's coming over is doing some real damage. Those DPAs must be getting
57.
tougher and tougher to win right now. The ADC is getting bigger
60.
and bigger over there also. Didn't I see Darren Pennell winning competitions over in Australia?
Yeah, I believe he's in the World Championship now as well, off the
100.
the Australian rankings.
So, whose position would you want to be in here? 181 with 6 or 108 for the match? Well, if he goes trebleless here,
60.
advantage King, and Huntley
108.
knows that. There's the determination. There's the steal. Is there a treble? Michael Huntley is going to get a chance
39.
at 1-2. And once
Michael
again,
121.
Robbie misses the big number on the last one, because 69 is not a gimme. He's going to get a dart at the bull. Oh, what a finish, Michael Huntley. What a way to get your first 2 points. And well done from the comms box, because it must be tough the couple of days that you've had there. You beat a real star in Robbie King. Forget about the numbers, we don't mean that. 4 from 7 on the checkout. Once again, showing how good he is on the doubles. 57.14. But it was all about that 1-2-1 finish there. Well done, Michael Huntley. And next up, it's a big, big game. Wesley Plazier against John Henderson. Top of the table clash.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it's hallelujah for Michael Huntley as he gets his first win of the group, beating Robbie King by 4 legs to 3, which makes this game now between Wesley Plazier and John Henderson a huge one in the context of the group, because the victor is going to join King on 12 points at the summit. Let's get into this one then, in the company of Glenn and Matt.
Thank you so much, Henry. And I think I said yesterday, the winner of the clashes between these two will top the group. Well, I was really doubting it as Robbie King really sort of started playing a big part in topping the group, but it's all gone a little bit pear-shaped for him. Now, it was Wesley who won the match between these two yesterday.
First leg, Wesley did
Moving
first.
Tuesday has been all about John Henderson.
Game on.
And like I said, we haven't really been talking an awful lot about John today. And Wesley bordered on a little bit of disappointment. Looking forward to this one, Matt.
Well, definite disappointment. He's lost his last
44.
2 matches. I mean, the averages have been there or thereabouts, but it's that match play that's really let him down. John Henderson has been brilliant today. And he's really making a move. He's making an assault on the Wesley Plazier throw here in just the opening leg.
Yeah, and Hendo's got Michael Huntley in the last game of the day as well, so he'd fancy his chances there. So he can put a lot of that energy into this game and really prepare for this one as a massive game.
50.
And I didn't expect Wesley Plazier to be losing 3 games on this spin this week, so I think they've both got their own priorities here. And what a start from both.
177.
That 177 cancels out the big 180 that Hendo hit with his first 3 darts. Let's hope that this is a
123.
sign of things to come in this
140.
match. It's a fantastic start from both.
Don't bust it.
100. John Yukar, 148.
Yeah, I've seen someone go treble 12 on that recently. As Hendo misses the opportunity to 148. And Plazier,
41. Wesley Yukar, 40.
You're hoping for a nice, sweet 15 darter. Well, he has opportunities for 13 and 14. But he'll take the 15. And gets
Game
it.
shot on the first leg. Wesley
Every
Plazier.
time we put that angle on of that double 10, it goes in, so the players will be asking for it. Such mutual appreciation between the players this week in the group. Have you noticed that, or is it just me?
Second leg, John did first. Game on.
I think there's no leader as such, is there, in terms of the group? So with that, there's... And I've got that vibe as
60.
well when I've sort of gone through the practice area, that everyone's just sort of having fun and getting along. Someone brought in what looks like some scones for the rest of the
96.
group, which are still set on the table now. No one's had any of them.
Whereabouts?
76.
I thought they were Eccles cakes, actually.
They did ask if I wanted to bring them in here because no one's at them out there, and I was like,
Go say yes. Superb darts, Wesley Plazier. This is much, much better. We're waiting for your A game. We did say it could be the back end of the week. I think he realises I ain't losing 3 games on the spin.
100.
Not a chance.
this is what we've been warning everybody about,
85.
this sort of performance from Wesley, where he can get over the 100 average and it will almost look like a bit of a canter at times.
125. Wesley Carr, 140.
Same as previous. Wow. We have waited for this performance.
120. John Yukar, 140.
Is it the case of anything you can do, I can do better?
Big
100.
safe dart
Wesley
to stay
Carr,
away
20.
from the target, but this is all about Wesley here, an opportunity to break the throw, and quite often when we get the more heavyweights of this group, it has to be brilliance that does so.
Game shot on the second leg. Wesley Plazier.
Game one in 4 visits plus a couple of darts. It didn't have to get that extra visit back to the board, which when you're trying to break the throw of someone like John Henderson, you're not going to get that extra turn. So a huge last start in hand there from Wesley.
Yeah, I'm just trying to assess him.
140.
The beauty of being in these comments boxes that you're up close and personal with all the players. You get to see them over the week and the strengths, the weaknesses.
100.
He just seems a bit more focus, a bit more desire. I think he understands the importance of this match and he's really demonstrating his real qualities now.
125.
More fluid in the
58.
action as well. There was a rotation on the last start, but we're not seeing that as such now. Maybe it's a case of what he feared happening, those games he feared losing have happened now. So
60.
he now get back to playing his best stuff.
$60.
Yeah, Saturday night you can be with us. Dartshop.tv, as he has a small booking fee.
136.
I guess we all want John Henderson there. There's no Hendo, no party.
$28. Wesley O'Connor, 40.
Tops for Wesley.
No score.
And Wesley will be looking to top the table, get himself through to Saturday night. You can do so. That QR code on your screen right now will put you through to the website you need to get all your booking done. And you can come and join us. See who's in the Week 11 title.
40.
And who will be booking their place in Champions Week. These will be two players you expect to see battling it out. At the moment, we're battling it out for the points.
20. John O'Connor, 75.
6 missed darts from Wesley when he had an opportunity to really run away with this game.
Yeah, you can see how he feels about that behind, John. That was close.
35. Wesley O'Connor, 20.
Haven't seen a real dominant 4-0 victory this week. Are we about to see one? And the last person I thought would be on the end of it would be John Henderson. It's a big ask from here. He's got the darts in the next leg, a must win now. He has to take the next 4 legs.
4 legs John to through first. Game on.
Like I said, those missed doubles there from Wesley has decimated his average. So now it's all about the 2 points and just letting John Henderson know who's the boss.
100. 134.
Who's the happiest today then? Because it was Hendo going into this game without a shadow. Could it be your little shout out to Jared Cole?
I would say definitely
80.
so, because actually 6 games in, he only won 2 matches, and you'd have said at that point he'd be all but happy, but then 3 wins
95.
in a row. Played himself into contention. He's coming up in our next match. The last time that we're going to see him today, he'll be taking on Robbie King, who is joining us after back-to-back defeats.
125.
He was beaten by John Henderson, 4 legs to 2. And then he took the only defeat that Michael Huntley's been
60.
able to dish out so far. In the last game, 4 legs to 3.
Getting so tight. And Wesley will go top with a big
60.
victory here. Without being at his best, Matt?
I think he's been very good.
140.
I think when we see
Jonathan,
the averages and the stats, it's
136.
going to be a little bit misleading due to that one leg where he missed 7 darts at the double that really would just pull down that average. But overall, it's been a dominant performance
82.
here from Wesley
Wesley
Plazier.
O'Connor, 72.
He's going to have dart at double 12. It's a
Game
big,
shot in the match,
big
Wesley Plazier.
4-0 victory. Surprising 4-0 victory for Wesley Plazier. You can see how delighted he is for that for many reasons. He goes top of the table. The type of performance we've been waiting for Wesley Plazier. The only area of concern there was his checkout, and that stop would have been a massive average. For John Henderson, it's been oh so smooth today, and he'd be extremely disappointed with that return there. The first 4-0 game, that we've had this week. A very competitive week as we go to the last round of games. Robbie King's up next against the also-impressive Jared Cole.
Well, hello again, everyone. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the twists and turns continues. Before the break, Wesley Plaisir got the better of John Henderson by 4-0, condemning the Highlander to his first defeat of the day. This is what we've seen then so far. Packed card, packed programme of fixtures. We've played 12 matches of our 15 now, and we are heading into the final furlong. And as we head into it, well, the table really has begun to take shape now. We thought it was going to be a clustered and congested group, and it is living up exactly to type. Pretty much anyone can stake a claim in that top form now to potentially go on and win the group when it comes to tomorrow afternoon. Right, Jared Cole and Robbie King are at the crease now, looking to get battle underway here. England up against Australia in this particular battle. Australia 1-0 up in this mini-series. Right, how's that for a pun? Glenn, Matt?
Thank you so much, Henry. Yeah, it's... I was more interested in the fact that you were galloping with a furlong to go, because the form horse right now is that man with the glasses in your picture, Jared Cole. That's an hour and a half ago. This man would have been a big, big favourite for this game. But all of a sudden, he's lost his final two. Whereas Jared Cole has been absolutely sensational the past couple of hours.
140.
And once again, we use the word intriguing, fascinating. And all that fits for this game. Are we going to see the brilliant of Jared Cole?
59.
Or the inconsistency of Jared Cole? Are we going to get that super confident Aussie? Are we going to get the guy on the back of 2 defeats who's going to panic his way through this game?
100.
In terms of your question about Jared Cole, I think we get a bit of both. I think we get a little bit of that erratic inconsistency with flashes of brilliance. It's just, are the flashes of brilliance going to be long enough? Are they going to be bright enough to beat the man who has pretty much led the way for most of this group so far?
140.
Very early, I know. But just Robbie has got back to his best.
135. Robbie O'Carr, 121.
6 starts and 1-2, and that's what he's done. He's looking over there with Jared on 172. He doesn't have to start thinking of treble 17 bull. 84 left. I quite like treble 16 when you've covered the treble 20
57.
bed. He does leave a favoured finish. And on 172, at least a ton needed. 140 be nice.
85. Robbie O'Carr, 64.
For double 8. He hit a double 16 earlier to hit double 12 in a very, very important moment. All of a sudden, those doubles that he was hitting so confidently are now becoming difficult. It's bull for call.
62. Robbie O'Carr, 16.
It has been the pattern from Robbie King. The missed doubles starting to creep into the game.
Game shot on the first leg.
On this
Robbie
occasion,
King.
though, Robbie King gets the holder throw, but it wasn't without drama, and that's just how it feels at the moment for Robbie King. That nothing's coming easy for him right now. Everything's effort, everything's work, everything's a bit of a grind at the moment.
Yeah, the twists and turns of this group are just... Yeah, it's been the real highlight for me on this Tuesday. No one's running away with things. I mean, tomorrow is just going to be so exciting. You'd want to be on round about 14 points going into that last day, and we could see a couple of players on that.
29.
Some real form horses behind as well, sat on 12, so it's looking good. It's looking a really exciting finale and a huge conclusion to this group here.
81.
If Robbie King was to convert the points here, that would mean he would be leaving on the 14 points. But he could have company still. Wesley Plaisir got an opportunity to get to 14. He comes up next against Patrick van den Boogaard, who's also got a chance to play himself into it. We've got 5 players really battling it out at the moment, which makes up for a fantastic conclusion.
Yeah, Wesley be happy playing Patrick in a sense that he really dominated that match.
83.
It's that friendship. You know, he has to stay businesslike, and if he is going to be interviewed by Henry afterwards, I'd love to get his thoughts. He's hard to read, is Wesley.
95.
Is this his level? Is this how he plays regular, or is there another couple of gears to go? How is he fine? Is he motivated enough? Lots of questions I'd love to ask him.
60. $81.
Opportunity here if he can find a couple of trebles. Put himself in the driver's seat here on Jared's throat. Got to think here. Does well.
78.
Comes down, finds a big treble. But not enough to wrestle the advantage away here from Jared Cole, who finds the treble with the opening dart, which buys him the dart at tops.
93. Robbie O'Carr, 122.
Another one of those big finishes onto the bingo card.
Yeah, I would like to see just a little bit of composure on that last dart there. 1-2-2 is not a nice finish, but he's got opportunity. A double 7.
Game shot on the second
finish
leg.
once again. The guy's got it. He's got that real X factor when he needs to. He's trying to apologise and saying sorry for shouting. That's what we want to see more of that. We want to see more of you, Robbie.
Let's let Robbie do through first.
To Jared Cole. Penny, for your thoughts.
That 1-2-2 finish joins him at the top of the leaderboard of the Tumplers finishers alongside Jared
43.
Cole. Both players took out 5 finishes of 100 or more. Both of them taking out some of the big meaty ones. Robbie King with the 164. Jared Cole yesterday trekked us to the 170.
Yeah, I think Jared's just working on the feel of that dart right now. I think he likes the fact when he looks so elegant and so relaxed. But that last dart was just, yeah, that's... I think he's working on the feel of that throw. I think he wants to throw lovely and elegant, but you've still got to throw that dart. So, like I said, I've used that term before. So when that dart enters the board, it should be singing
85.
to you. Not just barely reaching, just not going offset. You know, you get that feel as a dart player. Sometimes, even when you stand on the hockey, you just know you're going to score a 180. Just everything feels right. And I think that's what he's searching for, Matt, right now.
54.
I think the key word that you said there for Jared Cole is searching. Exactly how it feels, that he's just searching for something. That's
42.
why you change your equipment the way Jared Cole did earlier on in the day. It did work successfully for him. But searching for answers, searching
57.
for a little bit of performance. It's coming in flashes. But he's up against a man at the moment who has arguably been the performer, the
60.
match play player of Group A so far this week.
Yeah, he'll have been disappointed with them losses, Robbie. And I think, like I said, if he was interviewed, he's going to say, I'm not very happy again. But if he can bounce back and have a dominant win
100.
here, we haven't
Robbie
seen many 4-0s.
131.
Just the one. Could we see 2 in a row?
93.
Sensational last
Jared
start.
Car,
What a
124.
difference. I mean, doesn't leave a double that he'd be going far often. It just makes this 1-2. You feel it has to go, and it hasn't. And all the
63.
ascendancy
Robbie Car, 38.
is the man in your picture.
Getting shot on the third leg, Robbie King.
Nice clean finish from Robbie King. Not even a split hesitation to think about splitting. It was straightforward
Fourth
and
leg, Jared
straight
to
in.
through first. Game on.
Jared Cole, who was doing a great job of putting himself back into contention, could soon be getting a little bit of daylight between him and top of the table, because Robbie King may be about to open a 4-point gap.
180.
Just so beautiful to watch is Jared in full flow.
140.
I'd love to hear his assessment, because if there's going to be a 9-darter this week here, you feel he could be the
97.
man, because just when he flies, they just go great. It's just not often enough for him. That inconsistency will be a concern.
100.
But I stand by the fact, if he does reach Saturday, he's the type of player which can put on a couple of hours of absolute
45.
brilliance, where he demolishes any player in his path. Whereas this man, you just feel you're always going to get around that 90 average mark. He'll be searching for that 100 average as the
100.
week goes on. He said there's more in the tank. I think that's what he'll be looking for.
95. Robbie Car, 161.
Despite not throwing first, he's going to throw first at a finish for the match. Just more testament to how well Robbie King is playing in these matches.
57. Jared Car, 84.
It's Jared Cole who will have first pop at the expected finisher, do we say? All you can do is set it up.
28.
And this will feel
Car,
like a bit of a freebie, because
104.
Robbie probably thought Jared will hit this 84 finish. He's too good not to. And this 104, you can just seem to enjoy it a little bit more. And so many players are going this route for double top.
64. Jared Car, 56.
Just that little bit of adrenaline running through the veins.
Well, an opportunity not just to pick up the points, but to pick up a big leg difference as well. Might still be alive.
46.
It is. He will
Robbie
get
Car, 40.
3 clean darts at the match. He only missed 2 in the match so far.
$20. Jared Car, 10.
Just got a little bit nervy. He probably knew they were his final 3 darts of the day. And sometimes your mind is just seeing the future before you. You've just got to execute, because he'll be expecting next time he's thrown will be a treble 20. He won't expect Jared, and he's not seeing a dart.
6. Robbie Car,
They're the moments
20.
when you don't look and you just hear that score. So for the match, it hasn't been pretty, but it's been dominant. And more importantly, It's for 2 more points. That's not ideal. Again, that barrel looks so big and it's covering the bed.
No score. Jared, you require 4.
Covered the double 10 for the camera.
More opportunities for Jared Cole. He's had 6 darts at a double in this game so far and not been able to find one of them. It was the theme of the problem yesterday.
Jared Cole.
But that problem has just come to the end. Ironic celebration for Jared Cole. But nothing smiling here for Robbie King. He knows this should have been done by now.
First. Game
he
on.
should be leaving the venue knowing that he is back at the top of the table.
140.
This is why we love darts.
59.
Missed dart after missed dart. Robbie 140. No doubt we'll fill this up.
$56. $60.
And then, after a bag of nails at the back of the last one, he starts this leg with 2 treble-less visits. It's not going to cut it
45.
when you're playing against the darts.
Yeah, Jared Cole be thinking, I'm nowhere near my best. But neither is my opponent.
100.
And you walk off stage and you think, I've just been beaten by an 80 average. I can do 80 averages in my sleep. But you just don't think of that while you're up there.
140. $60. Roll your car. 120.
Shanghai.
$82.
Jared can't do anything about it. This is the frustrating part of the game when you see your opponent there, and even if they make the mistake, you're still not there, ready to pounce.
140. Roll your car. 38.
Again for the match. He's been here before.
Game
But
shot
this
on the
time
match.
he
Robbie
puts
King.
it away with plum. He'd be delighted with the 2 points, but he wouldn't be delighted too much with the performance. But it's a winning end for the Aussie after 2 disappointing defeats. And for Jared Cole, he just ran out of steam after having a fantastic midday. With Robbie King, that comes a 4-1 victor, 82.83 average, that sensational 1-2-2 checkout. Most importantly, he's up to 14 points, and he'll be happy with that. Final game for the next 2 lads coming up. It's Patrick van der Bohade against Wesley Plazier.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Robbie King arrested the slide by getting the better of Jared Cole by 4 legs to 1. So, final game of the day incoming for Patrick van der Boogaard and Wesley Plaisir here at the Super Series. A win for Wesley would put him level with Robbie at the top of the table, and it would mean a 4-point buffer between the top 2 and Ferg going into the last game of the session. Here's Glenn and Matt.
Thank you, Henry. And it might be a case of waking up Wesley. He seems to be yawning his way through. Whereas the importance is a big win here. Can leave him top of the table overnight. What about legs difference? The most important thing he needs to do first is get the 2 points. He's playing his
First
good.
leg
I'm
is
sure they've
Patrick to
played
throw
1,000 times in practice.
Game on.
Practice is one thing. Playing a match, it's business when they're up there. And for Patrick, he has the opportunity. He'll want to stay in contention for that Group B place. Even for that very, very outside chance of still topping the group in Group A.
1 out of them, 40.
Being in Group B is very important, and I think he needs to know that.
1 out of them, 40.
Very one-sided yesterday. But that was only because Patrick was sort of missing doubles as well.
100.
It's a little bit surprising when you look into the
125.
pre-match odds for this one. Yes, I think Wesley Plaisir's favourite, but Patrick has been playing some good darts throughout the day, and he's shown he's more than capable. Match 3, a highlight, a 95.26 average, and he kicked the day off with a near 92. That being his 13th 180 so far of the group. I think 4-9 on Wesley Plaisir against the darts is a little
81.
bit tight.
Patrick 81.
Yeah, maybe Wesley knows Patrick's game more than anybody. He's probably beat him up so many times on the board where this guy can throw a mean dart.
49.
Sets it up nicely.
Wesley Carr 155.
This is not a very nice finish. Means that you finish on double 19. It would feel good, but not even a sniff really. Leaves tops.
115. Patrick Carr 32.
Great start from them both. This has been his nemesis,
Getting shot
not
on the
this
first
time.
leg. Patrick van der Boogaard.
That was put in with real aplomb. It was put in with real purpose. It was just really solid in there. He looks relaxed. He looks more relaxed out the pair of them.
Second leg is Wesley to throw first. Game on.
Big Wesley approached the board. He was yawning and ready for his bed already.
45.
Well, you've got a big game on here, Wesley, because the importance is you can top the group. But this man looks imperious right now.
180.
He's had now 14 180s, and a lot of them come at the start of legs.
180.
This one getting very warm very quick. You mentioned that they've probably played together many times
46.
and probably locally maybe practiced together. They certainly travelled together. That's just going to bring its own little bit of comfort with it as well.
100.
Yeah, I'd rather play someone I didn't know or didn't like rather than a friend, and certainly someone who you've travelled with, etc. But I guess it's the player we least expected to win.
100.
Looking really good at this point, but you know, Wesley's just averaging a mere 112 right now. Probably like each other's pace. They know the games.
125.
I didn't expect to see the best from both in this match. It was a funny old game between them yesterday.
59.
It's unlucky. All
Wesley
well
Carr,
thrown there
51.
from Patrick. For double 16. Can he be as clinical on the double as Patrick was?
Game shot on the second
Yes, he
leg.
can.
Wesley Plaisir.
It's been a fabulous game so far. Very early, albeit the most difficult part of darts is can you continue averaging? But it's
Third
great
leg,
to see
Patrick to
averages
throw
like
first.
this.
Game on.
3 maximums as well across the 2 legs. It's been a good group for
81.
filling up the 180s. Only Michael Huntley cut adrift really from the group, which is kind of in the story of every stat really. Sat bottom of the table
129.
on just 2 points. But he will have an opportunity to move to 4. He's coming up in our last game of the day. That's coming up next when he takes on John Henderson.
Are we looking at a 3-horse
97.
race if Wesley can get over the line here and Hendo wins the last one? Because you're then looking at Jared ending up on 20 points.
45.
That's the max.
He'd be in a spot of bother because the top 3 obviously would have to play each other, so someone's going to be picking up points out of there. He'd need a lot of results to go his way.
81.
Could still do it, but it would be much more unlikely.
$140.
There's the fist pump. That's what I see. I want to see more of that from Wesley. See that self-motivation. He's nodding. He seems a really nice guy, doesn't he? He's like applauding everybody and high-fiving players. I'd like to see a little bit more controlled aggression from him. In that treble 20 bet again.
85.
This match has been a real delight
Patrick
so far.
Carr,
And
102.
nothing to separate them.
$78. Wesley Carr, 102.
I think Hendo's having a party next door as this 102 goes on.
Won't get an opportunity at the double.
86.
Patrick
Carr, 24.
will. He's going to get 3 darts at the double 12 to hold his throw.
Which Patrick are we going to get? Wire.
21.
Every
Wesley Carr,
single dart he
16.
threw there was thrown well. That's just sometimes that width of the wire. And for Wesley Plaza, that's music to his ears.
$8. Patrick Carr, 3.
The opportunities are being passed around like pass the parcel.
And the averages decimated. They were high, close to 110 going to the middle of this leg. Just shows you what doubles are all about. Go big with the first dart, Patrick.
Game shot on the third leg.
Promise
Patrick
you,
Van Den
it will
Boogaard.
drop in. It's just gone a little bit flat.
Fourth leg, Wesley to throw first. Game on.
One thing that has flat, just look at that treble 20. It's been hammered today.
44.
Definitely been an improvement on yesterday. We said yesterday was steady. Today's been bubbling. Maybe tomorrow it'll be boiling.
95.
He's
125.
getting some hammer in this game. I think there's still 20% improvement in Wesley Plazier without throwing a dart.
90. $60.
Here's your chance, Patrick. 140 would be lovely. Super thrown darts. Just
60.
no reward. You might say the bullseye if he hits the treble. No, he doesn't.
100.
Little come on, he shouts. I think he realises the importance. Oh, he's looking to fill again.
140.
Whose position would you want to be in?
Patrick just looking for one big last push to finish
60.
the day.
Patrick Car
would keep himself
116.
in touching distance, but certainly keep himself in contention for a Group B position. Tops for a big break of throw against Wesley Blazier. That is a massive finish there for Patrick van den Boogaard. He keeps himself well and truly in the running here when we take a look at the live table. Moving on to 10 points.
Game on.
And Group B, you've got to feel, would be a successful return for Patrick van den Boogaard, who's on 10 points. And it's only the leg difference at the moment that will keep John Henderson in that third position. But
58.
Take a look at how this could affect the top of the table. Robbie King will be leaving here today, top of the table,
58.
unless Wesley can break the throw of Patrick van den Boogaard on 2 occasions and hold in the middle of that darting sandwich.
Well, my predictions are at its best again, because as these two approach the
55.
Oki, I just presumed Wesley would really smash Patrick. I just felt there's a really big game. He wants to go overnight where he's at least joint top, and he had the opportunity with a big win here to go actual top on legs difference, but it's been quite a lethargic performance. Just as all the ways walking around, just this preparation to the game. He should have been really, really up for it. He looks tired.
82.
He looks tired. He should go downstairs, but the fact that they're both on 306, he'll stay there again. He might go back upstairs now.
60.
Patrick will start down below. And reason being, he's got the opportunity now with 2 treble 20s to leave a finish.
99.
Did say I weren't too keen on that price going into this one. I probably would have still made Wesley favourite, but
135.
The 140 here will keep him with the advantage of throw. Anything less, and you've got to fancy Wesley.
98. Wesley Car 111.
We've talked a lot about the Ashes today. Can he get the Nelson? 46 left.
79. Patrick Car 109.
Like I said so many times, when you get a chance like this, when opportunity knocks, grab it with both hands, Patrick. Treble 19.
That treble 20
57.
in the previous visit
32.
from Wesley really rescued the situation after the big 5. Lost the line, but then a big recovery. Gives himself the opportunity to get that throw back. So they've got one more dart.
16. Patrick Car 52.
Could be game over at the end of the day for Wesley Blazier.
A double 18, 2 darts to beat his good friend.
34. Wesley Car 16.
You sort of feel Wesley won't let the opportunity pass him by twice.
He just looks lethargic. It looks like the 2 days have taken out an awful lot from him. And this is difficult now, the way he's covered that bed. Is there any way through? He nervously looks at the score there. What Patrick's on, he has to be direct.
No score. Patrick Car 18.
Not a chance.
Nowhere near.
Game shot and the match.
That is the perfect end of the day there for Patrick van den Boogaard. Bit of tiredness perhaps there for Wesley Blazier, but he wasn't able to dig deep enough to keep himself at the top of the table. Robbie King will end the day top of the table. Missed doubles plaguing Wesley Blazier. He really could have played himself back into contention there, but it's Patrick van den Boogaard who keeps himself in the running going into the final day of action. We've got one more game still to come for you. That is John Henderson taking on Michael Huntley.
Well, hello again, everybody. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Patrick van den Boogaarden got the better of Wesley Plaisir by 4 legs to 1, making another twist at the top end of the league table. It's been an incredible day, littered with drama, and it's been mainly thanks to Michael Huntley getting the better of Robbie King a little bit earlier on today. Now, he's in action in our last match of the session. He takes on John Henderson. A victory for the Highlander would put him 2 points off top spot going into the final day's action. It's been a day littered with tension. One final piece of business to go, and we're going to do it with Glenn and Matt.
Thank you, Henry. I think one thing we can say for sure
First leg is John to do first.
We are going to be none the wiser in terms of who's going to win this group, who's going to be in Group B and who's going to be in Group C until about match number 3 tomorrow. It'll be really intriguing as well to see how the fixtures come out and who's going to be playing who where, because that is also going to be a very big telling factor into the early table tomorrow. One thing we do know, Michael Huntley, unless he wins this one, we can safely say he's going to be playing his darts in Group C, which will be the early hours of the afternoon on Thursday and Friday.
125.
But right now, that top spot is still available, and John Henderson can try and bounce back from a disappointing performance in his last game where he only had 1 dart at the double.
Yeah, the last game of the day yesterday for John was all about how fantastic he was on the doubles. His scoring power wasn't there, but he got through that final game yesterday against Jared Cole because of his magnificent finishing.
36.
I just thought Michael was looking good there. He opened up with a couple of hundreds. Satisfying day for John Henderson if he can get through this. 4 wins out of 5. He probably was searching for the 5 out of 5, but just keeps him into contention. And wow, tomorrow's going to be a real tight one.
127. John Nucar, 132. $46. Mike Ricard, 138.
The Della. The man who played Keith Della at the World Seniors. That finish would have been nice there. His tail's up right
45.
now after that
John Nucar,
previous
86.
victory. This is where John usually excels. Might need the bull though. It's actually going to be double 7.
72. Mike Ricard, 93.
He thought that was it. And decisions to be made for Huntley for 93. Does he go for the bull? That doesn't guarantee him a dart now. I'm not a fan of that, but too old school.
33. John Nucar, 14.
Straight for it for John.
Getting shot on the first leg.
Nice.
John Henderson.
Double 7 there for John Henderson. Holds on to his throw and gives himself opportunities here. He can put himself just 2 points away from the tabletop
Like
of
Mike
Robbie
to
King,
do
which
first. Game on.
I think all the neutrals, I think that's the result we kind of want here. We want this to go tight. We want it to come down to the very last games tomorrow. And that is when this group will be concluded.
Yeah, it's not often when you say the guy in 5th place has a big chance of topping the group.
140.
Yeah, I can't wait for tomorrow. It's when you start looking out for the fixtures as well and who plays who when and what the final game of the day is. And sometimes it can go right down to the last dart. There's that wonderful angle. So that's telling me they just got to lob over that first dart.
100.
This is the skinny flights Matt was talking about, and look at the angle. So that's telling me the release point.
100.
That last start was absolutely perfect. Seems to have really settled, got them 2 points on the board. That's begging to be filled. Begging to be filled.
180. Michael Carr, 161.
His 9th of the week so far for John Henderson. He's not been a player over the years that's been
97. John
notorious for the 180s, and he's been outscored on the 180s by 3 players so far this week, but he's not been outscored here by Michael Huntley. It's a dart at the ball for a breaker throw.
Game shot on the second leg. John Henderson.
Big dart for big John Henderson. A breaker throw for Michael Huntley, the man sat bottom of the table. And John Henderson is motoring to the
Third leg,
finishing
John to
line.
throw first.
Great
Game on.
recovery from that last game, the 4-0 defeat to Wesley Plazier. Just got one dart at the double in that match.
Yeah, like I say, his
140.
doubles were absolutely sensational. The final game of the day, and he's 2 from 4, 50%. He'd be really happy. He's just looking for a professional job, get the 2 points,
100.
and get himself prepared for a massive day for tomorrow. I think John's one of them who would benefit from a couple of days off. I think when you do reach 50, you have, you have to manage your body a little bit better. And I think he would benefit from them couple of days off, where I think Robbie King just wants to play darts, darts, and more darts.
81.
Well, he already said he's going to the local open around here on the midweek open. He'll be playing darts all
76.
day, then he'll be going out in the evening to play darts and be back for some more darts.
Have you played in that Southampton competition yet?
I haven't, no.
81.
I might go and win it myself tomorrow.
What, the raffle?
Charming. I like the 18s on that shot, but I would.
100.
Because I'm a champagne type of guy.
Really starting to lose touch of this leg as well now, Michael Huntley.
63. John Nucar,
Found a big treble,
130.
unable to leave a finish, so that does mean if John finds the treble, he doesn't have to go the bullseye route. He can try and set up his preferred tops. Exactly what he's going to be doing.
90.
Yeah, the only fear on that is that you don't bust the score, obviously. And there's that sort of jabby release at the moment. I thought he'd be super
100.
relaxed
John
in this
Nucar,
game.
40.
After them finally getting on the board, Pretendo on his beloved tops. And we know on that camera angle, we never miss
Game
double
shot on the
10.
third leg. John Henderson.
Leave that camera angle on and just aim for double 10 all day, boys. Just professional. Solid.
Fourth leg, Mike to throw first. Game on.
And it's a good opportunity as well for him to reverse that 4-0 defeat where his leg difference really got affected
60.
by that performance against Wesley Plazier.
$83.
Where Michael wants to be.
87.
And what I like about Michael Huntley, he hasn't sulked, he hasn't moaned. It's been a really tough group, and already be planning his assault on Group C. And, you know, the plan will be
100.
quite simple. Just come out, and if he can get a win under his belt, and all those fears of losing games, because losing games can be infectious.
40.
I just feel that's part of his DNA right at this moment. And John Henderson will be absolutely delighted for that, because he just wants to get off this hockey and get onto them 12 points and plan his
98.
assault.
$13.
220 for Hendo.
$95.
A nice, solid performance. Just averaging over 92 is John.
59.
Solid,
John
if not
Nucar,
spectacular.
125.
And like I say, be looking at the bullseye here. Or he's looking at the scorers there. He doesn't need to go up with the bull. He can just lay up, but I think that's the right shot under the circumstances. Tops. And
Game,
that's the
shot,
way
and
to
the
win a
match.
game. John Henderson, a real solid 4-0 victory over Michael Huntley. He'll be quite disappointed with that final game there after finally getting the win under his belt. The tail of the tape tells everything. It was all about the guy on your left, John Henderson. Super solid, 93.94. A wonderful 4 from 7 on the checkout rate. very solid. He's right in the mix. What a day we have tomorrow. So many players. Even the guy in 5th place has big opportunities. Don't miss it tomorrow. We'll see you for a fantastic finale to this Group A.
Glenn, thank you very much indeed. Well, we expected big things from John Henderson today. We expected a response from the Highlander, and we got exactly that.
Yeah, that last game as well. What a statement and what a way to leave us. The big finish at the end, a nice average of around 94. It wasn't the first time today that he's produced those sort of stats and those sort of numbers as well. It was a big performance from him. He needed it, because he didn't produce yesterday, and if he didn't produce again today, or if he just played to a par sort of level of performance, he would have found himself out of the running for tomorrow. However, he is well and truly in the mix now, and dare I say it, the favourite to get through tomorrow?
Interesting assessment that of Matt Edgar. Well, these are the results then of the day. John Henderson, well, he was the big move. We'll talk about that a little bit more in just a second. Elsewhere, Jared Cole, good middle portion of the session. As for Robbie King, a couple of defeats midway through, but backed it up right at the very end. Right, let's dissect the day then in a little bit more detail with Matt and begin with John Henderson, because he got the better of Robbie King by 4 legs to 2. And at this point in the day, this was really when Hendo made the moves.
Hendo's really been the only man who's made the moves. We saw from the results today that there's only been 4 matches won as well, where the person who threw second has actually won the match. On 2 occasions, they was John Henderson. That's where you need to make the moves against the throw. That's when you need one of those big legs where you get 15 darts or less. He's been producing them. Timing hasn't been a problem for John Henderson, and that is why he's really putting himself into contention. He's beat the right people at the right times.
Meanwhile, for Robbie King, up and down kind of day, but won that battle against Wesley Plaisir by 4 legs to 3. How do you think he's going to assess on the day, Robbie King?
I think Robbie King's got to be happy. He's top of the table still. He walked in here top of the table. He's left here top of the table. For him, nothing's changed. And for him, it's in his hands. One of the things that's going to happen for people like a John Henderson or a Jared Cole tomorrow is there's going to be a moment where they're going to be stood on a dartboard that's not on that stage, and they're going to care about what happens. The idea is every time you go on that stage, you want it in your own hands. They're going to have to worry about games while they're stood in the practice room. And they're going to be watching it on a monitor, hoping somebody gets a result or results go their way. So it plays them back into contention. That's the worst position to be in, because then you become aware and then it pressurizes your own stuff so much more. Robbie King doesn't have to deal with that tomorrow. He knows if he wins, he's through.
As for Wesley Plaisir, we're going to see him here get the better of John Henderson by 4 legs to 0. Mixed bag kind of day for Wesley, would you say?
He's actually played very consistent. And when you look at his averages across the day, it's been very, very consistent and very, very good. However, it's not been able enough to turn it into results. He's not got the wins that he needs off the back of those results. Despite the fact, stats-wise, he's probably the best player of the day. Why is that? Is that because he's got that World Masters trophy and people look at that and think, well, he's a man I want to beat, or is he just stumbling at the wrong moments? We'll assess that a little bit more going into tomorrow, but I do think that there's something missing from Wesley's game, and I really can't quite put my finger on it.
Well, the final thing to assess today is the league table. This is how it looks now. Now, for Jared Cole and Patrick van den Boeghade, there's still a chance, there's still a glimmer, but you sense they're going to have a perfect day tomorrow?
Yeah, absolutely. They're still in the running, and I think we've got a 5-runner field going into tomorrow, and the first round of fixtures, how that breaks down, could really be the telling factor of who plays who and where. So again, make sure you are tuned in tomorrow to see that conclusion. And the rarity of this is only because we've got Michael Huntley at the bottom of the table, only winning the 1 game. That is why this situation's been allowed to happen. It's a very, very rare situation, but it's going to make it a very, very intriguing Wednesday.
Just finally, what are we expecting to see tomorrow then?
Everything. We're going to see upsets, we're going to see disappointment, we're going to see elation, we're going to see tomorrow emotion. I think that's the best thing I can describe it as, because for some people it's going to be disappointment, for some people it's going to be great, and I think we're going to see that tomorrow. Players have played their cards very close, but I think tomorrow it's just going to get away from them, and we're going to see some reactions.
Well, thank you, Matt, for your company today. We'll see you again tomorrow. Hopefully, we'll see you again as well, 9:30 a.m. MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, Sporty Stuff TV for all the action. And on what is in open week, moving day, well, it sees Robbie King as the clubhouse leader.